guys. Hey. How is everybody? Quick little heads up. As soon as I hit the stream start live button, I got a call from the school. So I have to go pick kiddo up real quick. Not little kiddo, but big kiddo. There was a little situation. Anyway, I have to go pick him up. But here's what's going to happen. I'm going to start this stream and I will let it roll, and I will only be gone for maybe 20 minutes max. But everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's Monday. So anyway, I will let this go. I'm going to start it. I know that they go into information about not wanting certain family members to be recorded or videotaped or cameras on them at all. Also, they go into the judge goes into the reading of the jury instructions, that kind of thing. So I probably will be back before we even get to opening statements. So I will be back. You guys enjoy the show and chat amongst yourselves. I'll see you momentarily.
For the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this court draw near, give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated.
Good morning. Mr. Foreman.
Judge, good morning. I'm just checking in for Jemarcus Johnson. It's my understanding that I guess he's going to be ordered back for tomorrow, or I'll tell him tomorrow is the day where
You can bring him back tomorrow. Tell him I said be back tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All right. Thank you.
I think the attorney is back there with this client.
We probably need him out here. Can you tell Mr. Evans we need him out, please? Did they give you a new indictment? The new indictment. So is it in the jacket? Y'all handle it. Y'all handle it. What you want me to do? Yeah.
Yes. He's got it.
He needs to be a part of it.
Defendant is present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right. We have some pre-trial matters we need to check up.
I think there's some things we need to put on the record. First, this trial. And resolve numerous sort of issues and streamline things. One of the things, and we talked about this last week as we were picking the jury, is that the state would make an indictment or make modifications to the indictment so that the indictment was proper for trial, and that it gets rid of a couple counts that the state's not proceeding on at this trial, renumbers the counts so that We don't have count 1 and then count 4, but rather 1, 2, and 3. The 3 charges that will be on trial are conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, which is count 1 of this indictment, murder in the first degree, which is count 2 of the indictment, and convicted felon possession of a firearm, which is count 3 of the indictment. Counts 1 and 2 have not been altered, but count 3, the state and the defense have met, and we will have a stipulation during the trial that Mr. Johnson is a convicted felon. We're going to withhold from the jury the offense for which he was convicted. So instead, count 3 will read that he's been convicted of a felony offense that qualifies under TCA 3917 1307B1A. And it does not say the title of the offense, which is aggravated assault. For this stipulation is consistent with case law. Mr. Johnson's going to, Mr. Evans and Mr. Johnson are going to sign that during the trial. So we have sanitized the indictment, I guess is the proper terms for that.
Yes, sir.
And I think the court has a copy of the sanitized indictment.
And for that, I do. Yes.
Very good.
And do you have the stipulation already typed?
We do. We have it typed, and Mr. Evans has reviewed it. I think he just needs to get his client to review it with him.
That's correct.
fine. And at some point, we'll make that an exhibit.
The second thing, obviously there's cameras and media in the courtroom. There are also incredibly heightened security risk, security concerns during this trial, both inside this courtroom and outside this courtroom. This is one violent act and series of violent acts that have occurred in this case or around this case. There's witnesses that have true security concerns now and going forward after this trial. And there's also family members who have certain privacy rights and security concerns as well. I've been asked by several of the witnesses and by several of the family members, or maybe all of the family members, that I request from the court that the media not be allowed to film their faces during this trial or on their way in and out of the courtroom. This is a request that other judges in this building have granted numerous times when there's security implications like this, and that's what I would ask for, Your Honor. When they testify, it's customary in those circumstances that basically they film the feet of the witness, but obviously the audio and everything public. But I'd make that request with regard to several of these witnesses and all the family members coming in and out of the courtroom.
So let me make sure I'm clear about your request, that media not be allowed to film family members' faces or witnesses' faces, or both.
Yes and no. Not be able to film family member faces as they come in and out of this courtroom.
Okay.
But they not be allowed to film the two family members that will be the first two witnesses, their faces.
Okay.
And then going forward, maybe before we call a witness in which there's a particular security concern, we can address Your Honor as to whether or not they're able to film the faces of those particular witnesses.
Mr. Evans, any objection?
I have no objection to that, so long as the defense would be extended the same courtesy if there was a particular witness that we needed to call with that concern.
All right.
The final thing we'll put on the record now.
Let me address before we go further. You want to step aside so I can speak to Dean, my cameraman back there. Dean, so I'm going to grant the state's request that the family members, and whom you're going to know, because they'll probably be brought in very shortly together, that their faces not be filmed as they come in and out of court, okay? Or that their faces not be filmed. I'm going to, this is a security risk. This is a high security issue in trial that we're trying here this week. So for the safety of the families, I'm going to order that you not film their faces. The first 2 witnesses the state has informed me will be family members. The court has no problem with you filming chest down, feet, but not their faces. You understand?
I understand.
Any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
As long as we can do our due diligence. I mean, actually, because I know nothing of this case, I know nothing of anything here. I'm from out of state.
Yes, sir.
So I want to make sure that I do what you tell me. So I have
So-
no problem to say,
The public information person, Ms. Whitaker, will let you know.
okay,
This is gonna be her job for right now.
okay,
So let you know when family members are coming in, for you not to film those faces. And I'm telling you now, the first 2 witnesses, you won't be filming their faces.
gotcha.
All right? From that point, then the state's going to let you know, or let me know to let you know,
Okay.
whom, or the defense about with the faces that don't need to be shown.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Can we move her down there?
She got her job. All right, what's the third one?
Just go ahead and tender to the court so Your Honor can go ahead and sign it. There's a stipulation with regard to the first witness, the corpus witness,
Yes, sir.
that Mr. Evans and I have already signed and got tendered to you.
So let me make sure I understand this. So the corpus witness will be testifying, but won't be showing photos.
The corpuses will be testifying, but will not show any autopsy photos. The corpus witness will show.
So this is a stipulation of fact. I shall read it into the record right now. You have an objection to that?
Absolutely.
No objection.
The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee, represented by Paul Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant, Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, respectfully have agreed to the following. The victim in this case is Adolph Thornton Jr. He was a living person who is now deceased. Adolph Thornton Jr. was, as you will hear in later testimony, the same person that autopsy 2021-2619 was performed upon. These are facts agreed to by the parties and may be accepted as true without the need for a witness or further proof. This is a stipulation made in all homicide cases so that family members of the victim do not have to view autopsy pictures of the victim. It's so stipulated and approved by the court.
I'll grab that from your clerk.
Right, let her
First
file
witness.
it.
And then the final
And at some
thing.
point, you can read that to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do it with the corpus witness, who will be our first witness.
Okay.
So Ms. Williams can get that from your clerk here in a second. The final thing, this is, Mr. Evans and I have both worked hard and had numerous meetings with each other in an attempt to sort of go ahead and address and with regard to pretrial, many of pretrial sort of matters. So let me put one thing on the record to sort of allay any concerns Mr. Evans may have, but also give the court the heads up. And it may be that with a couple of these witnesses, before they actually testify, we may need to have the jury out so Your Honor can admonish the witnesses with regard to one thing. There are other acts of violence. I think I mentioned other acts of violence that are related to this case. That at least two of the prospective witnesses are aware of or present for, and these are acts of violence in which Mr. Johnson also personally engaged. Whether or not those are relevant to this case, it's the state's intention not to put on evidence or elicit testimony with regard to these other acts in this trial. And that's something Mr. Evans and I have talked about sort of at length, and we've come to sort of that understanding with each other. And so before that particular witness testifies, I think it'd be smart to have the jury out and just instruct the witness again that we're not going to talk about those other crimes. Obviously, that's for our case in chief, and for direct, where cross-examination goes or whatever is, a different story. But I want to lay any concerns. I won't be talking about other crimes or other acts of violence in my opening or anything like that. Our plan is to proceed, on this act.
Anything else to add to that, Mr. President?
So the only thing I would add, Your Honor, is obviously Mr. Johnson in no way concedes that he committed any of the other acts, but other than that, what Mr. Haggerty has said is accurate, and we've met and had an understanding about that.
Thank you. We probably need to make that stipulation an exhibit.
We
You want to do that now, or you want to wait?
Well, we can do it with a witness on stand, Judge, if Your Honor wants to.
That's fine. Anything else?
Judge, I just have one issue to bring to the court's attention. When we were doing jury selection, I made a motion to allow Mr. Johnson to sit at counsel table based on his right to a fair trial and to assistance of counsel. Your Honor denied that motion initially. I'm renewing that same motion today so that he be allowed to sit at counsel table and assist us during the trial. And one case in point is, as Your Honor remembers, one of the jurors that we voir dire gave his impressions, and we voir dire on it somewhat, about getting the sense if somebody wasn't engaged with the lawyers, that would give him a sense that they didn't really care about their case. Although other jurors didn't state that on the record, that is the concern for prejudice in Mr. Johnson and his right to a fair trial. Also, his ability to converse with us, be at table, be able to view things without us having to turn around when the trial's going on, is paramount to him being able to fully exercise his right to counsel.
During jury selection, I specifically remember you asking a particular juror, was her thoughts about the defendant and what he may or may have not done in the past affected by the fact that he wasn't sitting at counsel table. And she specifically said, no, that didn't have anything to do with why she felt the way she felt. That juror was stricken, but you had the ability at that time, as you needed, to ask how people thought about that. So I'm going to continue to deny that request.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And before we get started, juror number 4 was a no-show, and so she has been excused. Anything else? We will move ahead there. Anything else we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hagerman, you want to bring the family in before the jury comes in? You want to bring the family in?
Yes, Your Honor.
You see them high, but they this is how they proceeded. This is somebody. Can I see the chart? Can I see the chart?
Let me see what they did.
I'm missing.
Put the phone down. Put it down. Put it away pocket. Put it down in the pocket.
You ready? Welcome to. And do a few things down there for Friday. So I forgot we were going to have still cameras in the back. So you need to know the same thing about taking pictures, right? Photographers, we're not taking facial photos of any member of the family. We're also not taking facial photos of the first 2 witnesses, okay? Feet, sit down, but no facial photos. There may be more witnesses to come that you'll have to do the same thing for, but we'll let you know as they come. what that is?
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Right. Jury's not getting into the courtroom.
You can remain standing. You raise your right hand, please. When I finish, you can just all say, I will. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues that traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Justin Johnson, upon a true bill of indictment, charging him with the offenses of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, murder in the first degree, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm, a true deliverance make, and a true verdict render, according to the law and evidence, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and the judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision. But now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to all the charges. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement if he so chooses. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After the state's rebuttal, the defense may put on further proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, the state and the defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After you hear my instructions, I will excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you will arrive at your verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove his innocence, to have his attorney make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. You as jurors must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest that you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decision on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence, which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or an attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject matter whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway, on an elevator, or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is to not say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all of the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. I do not know if there will be any media reports in the newspaper, on television, on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to any reports. You as jurors must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness may give. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular response that was made or statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss a matter out of your presence. I will try to avoid as many of these interruptions as possible. We will try to resolve some of these things in the morning before we get started. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. In the long run, they save time for us all. If after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any offense, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the indictment.
Indictment 22-04769, State of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson. It's an indictment in 3 counts. Count 1 is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 2 is murder first degree. And count 3 is convicted felon in possession of a firearm. This is count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee Criminal Court, Shelby County, September term of 2022, count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jemarcus Johnson, between June the 1st of 2021 and March the 1st of 2022 in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, with premeditation, and with the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder as classified in Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-202 against the person of Adolph Thornton, Jr., enter into an agreement with each other to commit the said offense. The said Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jemarcus Johnson, acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the said offense, and agreeing that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the said offense. In furtherance of said conspiracy, one or more of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act, to wit, Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Cornelius Smith traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Hernandez Govan solicited both Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. Jemarcus Johnson aided in Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop's, hideout and escape after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. Aided communication between Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. and facilitated payments to Cornelius Smith for the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. All of which is in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3912-103 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 2, State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee. Upon their oath, present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Adolph Thornton Jr. in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, again signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 3, State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, presented Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the filing of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly possess a firearm, having been convicted of a felony offense that qualifies under Tennessee Code Annotated 3917-1307B1A on May the 2nd, 2017, in Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County, Tennessee, under docket number W1700355, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3917-1307 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Going in reverse order, that third count was convicted felon in possession of a firearm. That second count was murder in the first degree. And that first count...
Phew, you guys, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. It looks like he's reading the indictment, right? I haven't missed opening statements. Hi and welcome everyone that's popped in and has been here from the very beginning. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. All right, good deal, Gail. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, we will continue on. I noticed that you guys did have to sit through a lot of the quiet waiting. I was in the car quietly waiting with you. Also, for those of you that want to know, the wedding this weekend was fabulous. Kiddo did fabulous. She was the best and prettiest flower girl ever. You guys, you want to know how she acted like the flower? You want to know what it looked like with her being the flower girl? I will show you. Hold on. That's exactly how she did it. She just, and then she gets in front of the crowd. There was 200 and some people there, guests. And she gets out, once she gets in the line with all the other bridesmaids, at the in front of everybody, she turns around with her little cute flower basket, and she turns around, looks at everybody, and she goes, She danced her little butt off. At the reception, she had the best time. It was hotter than blue blazes out there. It was so hot. We were there. She was in her dress for like 5 hours before the wedding even started because photos, right? And it was crazy, awful, hot, but it was a fantastic day and it was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So now that is that, hello and welcome to the Crime Cafe. I see a couple new faces, maybe. Hi, Constance. Love the name. All right, let's go.
Law one is conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. It's signed by the foreperson of the grand jury, a true bill having been returned on November the 10th of 2022.
Mr. Justin Johnson, how do you plead?
Mr. Johnson, please not guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay.
And welcome to Memphis. Two things first. I told you last week, there's going to be cameras, there's going to be TV cameras, you hear them clicking, right now. When you stood up to take the oath, you probably heard them clicking too. But like we told you last week, and what the judge has instructed each and every one of them, is they cannot film y'all at all. When those cameras were clicking when you stood up to take the oath, they were taking pictures of the judge. As I'm talking to you now, they're taking pictures of me, but not y'all at all. Not at all. Second thing, like I told you last week, we don't have the big windows looking out into the city. We don't have the fancy wood benches in the back. Our room is a third of the size of what we were in last week. That wood behind it, probably not even wood. We got a lot of carpet. But in Memphis talk, we still call this a courtroom. And in this courtroom, the words we talked about last week, presumption of innocence, elements,
I'm not
cases,
sure, Gail.
charges, criminal responsibility, they're not just words. They're the
Hold
law.
on, I'll Google it.
And we take an oath to take them seriously and to follow them, even without the fancy wood benches or the big windows. We call this a courtroom. And in here, our job is to apply the law to the facts and to do what's right. Welcome to Memphis. Welcome to Memphis, November the 17th of 2021, in the middle of the afternoon, just after noon, about 12:20, 12:21, 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon. So,
Looks like, Gail, that he's 23. Maybe 25 now. I think
you can
this
stop
article
there.
was a couple years old, so I think he's 25.
Can everybody see it?
Yes, sir.
This is Memphis, Tennessee. This neighborhood is close to the airport.
Also, trigger warning, I
It's
don't
called
know
Orange Mound.
if they're going to show
It is a
graphic things, but
historic
it's always very possible, so
Neighborhood in
just a
Memphis.
side note.
One of the first predominantly black neighborhoods that had so much history, so much art and culture, and of such significance that it used to be compared to Harlem in New York City. There was a time when it was particularly vibrant, had a theater, arts. It's an important neighborhood in Memphis. It is less than 15 minutes from this building. Like I said, it's by the airport. In the 80s and 90s, it became riddled with crime, with drugs, with poverty, with gangs. It is trying hard nowadays to make a resurgence, to go back to what it was. There are families that have lived there for decades, generations. There are businesses and other things that have been there for decades. What we're looking at here is one of those Memphis businesses, a family business. This is the storefront of Makeda's Cookies. This is the front of the store. This is its parking lot in front of it. Makeda's Cookies. They sell butter cookies, basically. Some have icing on them. This is simple butter cookie. People say they're real good. In Memphis, they say they're fire. So we got a cookie
I'd love to
store
try
that sells fire
Sounds
butter
delicious.
cookies in the middle of the day at 12:21 in the afternoon.
They're fire. I bet they slap, Patricia, right?
The area you're standing from.
Thank you, Tricia. You can stop it here first. All right. So in 2021, people thought that was like a Lamborghini or something because they hadn't seen the new Corvettes yet, really. They weren't around. That is, in fact, one of those new Corvettes. It has a special wrap on it, is what they call that. It's not something you can buy, from the dealership. You have to get that done yourself. Well, here that's a special wrap that the Memphis rapper artist, Young Dolph, had on several of his vehicles. There's a couple times in this video we'll just have to wait, but it's a matter of seconds, and it's the last seconds of his life, so we can wait for him. You'll stop there.
Stick with crumble. I've never had that.
All right. This taller man here in the yellow shirt, blue jeans, white shoes. His name is Adolph Thornton, Jr. You've heard me read it a couple times now. He grew up in Memphis. The neighborhood he grew up in was Castalia, not terribly far from this, also a neighborhood in South Memphis. You'll see a member of his family testify this week, and she'll tell you a little bit about his background and his family. I'll tell you a little bit about him right now, though. He is an ambitious young man who was a rapper. Memphis rapper, who rapped about the things that he saw growing up and that he sees in his neighborhood in Memphis. Some of that is drugs, some of that is violence, some of that is crime, some of that is gangs. Whether or not we agree or disagree as to whether or not that subject matter, are things we should be listening to or not, I can assure you it's real. You rapped about stuff that is real. You rapped about stuff that was real. And one of the things that meant everything to him in terms of what is real is he wanted to make it for himself. He wanted to make it for himself. He wasn't interested. He wasn't interested in joining others. It was all about making it himself. He felt like when he grew up, he called it his come up. That's what he called it, his come up. That it was rough and hard, but it was important that he got through it himself and he wanted to make it for himself. And he made it for himself. As a rapper, as an artist. Young Dolph became famous. Shortened to Dolph. Very famous. Wanted to make it by himself. Wanted to be self-made. But it wasn't just about him. Because he also wanted a record label. He wanted to promote other artists. He wanted to make them famous. And so he started not just his own rap career, but a record label that's called Paper Route Empire. Paper Route. Like a young man or woman would have to make money on the side throwing papers. But also a play on the word paper. Because in Memphis, slang for money is paper. It's sometimes abbreviated PRE, Paper Route Empire. And that is Dolph and the rappers that he promoted. Trying to make it on your own is
Right,
obviously
Gail.
hard.
I know.
In this game, trying to make it on your own can create enemies. PRE, Paper Route Empire, his label, is not the only label in Memphis. He's not the only famous rapper in Memphis. Another label, CMG. Cocaine
Hey, Kel. Good to see you, girly.
Music Group. And they became an enemy. They wanted Dolph under their label. But he turned down millions. I want to do it myself. The second time, they wanted Dolph under their label, but he turned down many millions. I want to do it myself. And in this game, whether it's smart or not, there are things called, just in Memphis, we call them diss tracks. D-I-S-S. A rap where I may insult, level whatever sort of insults and everything else I want to in the song itself. And Dolph had plenty of those. And he had plenty of those directed at this other label, the Cocaine Music Group, at their artist, and at their number 2 person. His name is Big Joe, the number 2 person of cocaine use code. Through the years, and I'm talking years before what we're going to watch, having nothing to do with Mr. Johnson on trial, there were highly publicized incidents of violence directed by CMG against Dolph. He even wrote songs about it. Bulletproof. 100 rounds. And he also spewed out the disses and the insults. Stop it there. This man here got out of the car with Dolph. That's his brother. His name's Jemarcus Thornton. His brother, his friend. This thing that we're about to watch has had a terrible impact on Marcus. Not just his brother and his friend, but he also works security for them. In fact, as Marcus walks in his cookie store, he has a gun on his person, and he has another gun in the car. Dolph is well aware of the threats and the violence from CMG that were constantly hanging over him and his people. We'll wait 30 seconds.
Hey, P. Lola. Good to see you, girl.
Stop it there.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
That car that just drove up came from this side of the parking lot. It had actually been following Dolph on the street. When Dolph turned it in, it went up to this light where it got stopped for a few seconds and then came around. It's a white Mercedes. There's other pictures where you'll be able to see it more clearly. But it's a white Mercedes with back end damage back here on the back passenger side of the car. It's a stolen car. It's a stolen car that our defendant here, Justin Johnson, traded for one car for another at a gas station about 10 hours before this murder happened. This man got out of the passenger side of the white Mercedes. Door's still open. We saw him run to the parking lot. He's here with a large semi-automatic weapon. He's in a hoodie. He's got sweatpants, and he's got white shoes. We'll see a second man come out of the car too. Those two men that we're going to see come out of the car, they're going to gun Dolph down. He's inside the business. He has walked over to sort of where the bathrooms are in the business. He's as close as I am to y'all. There's the window, and he's getting shot through the window. both of these men will shoot. This one in particular, it looks like he's never shot this type of gun before. It's because he probably hadn't. The second man out of the car who's driving is our defendant, Justin Johnson. Neither one of these men are professional hitmen. If it looks like they don't take tactical shooting stances, it's because they don't. Let's watch Mr. Johnson get out of the car. Let me stop it here. This is Dolph here. Remember, he was wearing the yellow. This is Marcus. Remember, I told you he had a gun. He tries to return fire as these two men quickly shoot Dolph. Dolph's body's riddled with bullets. He shot all in the back, in the face, in the neck, in his arms. The first man out was Cornelius Smith, and he has that semi-automatic weapon shooting wildly into Dolph. The second man out was Justin Johnson, who has a handgun, who's firing at Dolph as he lays on the ground. Jemarcus Thornton starts firing back once he hears the shots. Now we see him emerge from the building. Can't tell in the video, but Marcus actually hits Cornelius in the shoulder, shooting back. I'm going to spend some time with two things. This Mercedes, these two people, Justin and Cornelius, they didn't fall out of the sky on a Wednesday at 12:20 in the afternoon at a cookie store. They had been looking, they had followed them, and for them, this just business. This was just business. They don't even know each other that well. Let's start with Cornelius. Cornelius is from this neighborhood, Orange Mound. He's in his early 30s now. Cornelius has had serious drug problem. He does ecstasy and Percocet. He gets his drugs over on Bradley Street, just over 2 miles from the scene, from a man whose name you have heard, Hernandez Gobe. They don't call him that, though. They call him Quet. His middle name is Marquette, and it's shortened to Quet. So Cornelius
Hey,
gets
Donnie,
his
good morning.
drugs
Or good
from
afternoon
Quet.
now.
Quet is what in Memphis we call an old head, older guy, lives in the neighborhood, lifelong criminal, in and out of jail through the years. Quet sells drugs. Quet gambles on sports like crazy, online sports stuff. And then Quet tries to identify young rappers and tries to shop them to CMG, hoping to get a cut, hoping to hit it big. Years ago, he and his brother missed out on one of those big rappers. But Quet knew a young rapper who he was in the process of shopping to CMG.
Morgana,
And that
that's
young
cute.
rapper
I love it.
is Justin Johnson, who goes by Straight Drop. Sometimes I just call him Drop. So
Yeah, I'm going to stop now and just invite you guys to click that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. And You know, Morgana says if you don't feel comfortable leaving your DNA on that thumbs up button, just throw on a rubber glove and then hit the thumbs up button. Then we're all good. All right. Thank you. And if you're new around here, I would love for you to stay and subscribe. Click the notification bell. All the things. Hashtag replay in the comments down below if you're watching this on the replay. Hi, Demetrius. Did I say hi to you yet? I'm not sure. Hi and welcome. All right.
Webb's the common person. He knows Cornelius from the neighborhood, knows him well, sells him drugs. He knows Justin Johnson. He's trying to get him to be the next CMG rapper. But not just that. The business is not just rap. Because Big Chook, person I told you about before, the number 2 guy at CMG, he's put out a hit. $100,000 to whoever kills Dolph. He has met with Justin. He has met with Cornelius. And they think they're ready to do it. They're definitely willing to do it. For Cornelius, it would be 50 grand, I guess, that he could waste away on Percocets and ecstasy. For Justin, it's 50 grand, but also a chance to make it big with CMG. To become the next famous Memphis rapper. The straight drop. They were sent here. They were sent here. They're not professional hitmen. Not even monsters. I'm not going to call anybody a monster. This is just business for these two. Money for
I know,
Cornelius,
Veronica.
money and rap fame
Spit it out.
for Justin Johnson.
He talks very slow, very monotone.
They did
Having
the
a hard
best they
time.
could, really.
Keeping my attention.
Stolen car. Better to use a stolen car that can't be traced back to me. When we still shot the video, you'll see that they're wearing gloves. Afterwards, the guns get disappeared. The car gets ditched in a neighborhood and wiped down and moved and wiped down and moved. Their plan is to go their separate ways and just disappear into Memphis. They did the best they could. I guess it could have gotten away with it. You get the guns gone, you get the car wiped down, get the car hidden for long enough. You're wearing masks, you're wearing hoodies, you're wearing gloves. Do it so quick, but it takes seconds. You get in, you get out, you get separate, you get disappear, and I guess you get away with it. There's a problem there, though. There's a problem there. Still staring at us. One of the big problems. It's not 1981. It's not 1991. It's not even 2001 when I started in this building. It's 2021. It's 2021. And what I started talking to you about when I first stood up, what you didn't think about, what we don't think about almost ever anymore. These places have cameras. Places have cameras. There's the hotel lobby. It's walking into the building. It's this courtroom now. A lot of places that have cameras. And also what we don't think about, we didn't have to in 1981 or 91, whatever, is we carry phones around. Phones that can give people clues as to where we were, what was going on. We can wipe down cars. We can use stolen cars. We can get rid of guns. We can disappear in the neighborhoods. We can separate from each other. But it's 2021. And I guess I didn't think about that. We were back up the video about 3 or 4 seconds. All right, we can stop there. All right, so what we saw before was this man first. Remember the one with the automatic weapon, the larger of the 2 weapons? He got out of the car first from the passenger side. He ran around and shot the gun wildly into Dolph. We're concerned in this trial. Now, Mr. Smith is charged with murder too. So is Mr. Govan. And we've heard that Jemarcus is charged with conspiracy, but in this trial, this is Justin Johnson's trial. This is Justin Johnson. He is wearing tennis shoes that have white soles. See this one better in this shot. White soles, they're black with a little white stripe. There are times in the video where you can see his socks, and they're white socks. He's wearing gray sweatpants. In fact, there's angles of the video that you can see that this gray sweatpant on this left leg has a little silver-like emblem on it. Real small, it's shiny sometimes. He's wearing gloves. See it maybe better there. He's wearing a black hoodie. He's wearing a mask. And he's wearing a Bass Pro hat. Alright, so black tennis shoes. The white sole. White stripe up the middle of the tennis shoes. White socks. Gray sweatpants. There is a little emblem that you can see in some angles on the leg. Black hoodie. Here during the shooting, he's wearing a mask, and he's got a Bass Pro hat. Bass Pro store is only not even a quarter of a mile from where we're sitting, right here. There's other angles and other still shots where you can clearly see it's a Bass Pro hat. And there's other angles where you can see the little emblem that he has on his sweatpants. Courtroom video here. There's a building in Memphis. This happens in the historic neighborhood itself, Orange Mountain. But there's a building in Memphis. It's a historic building. There's only like 10 or 12 of these buildings in the whole United States. They used to be, back 7 years ago, Sears buildings. Okay? Huge. Largest square foot building in Memphis for many, many years. At the time, Sears was sort of like Amazon before Amazon existed. Because these big warehouse buildings and everything, you come and place your orders, and it was they stay. it was quite sort of an amazing thing. The need for those buildings went away. In Memphis, the building was abandoned for decades. They have pictures of it, abandoned. And it's crazy because it is the largest square foot building in Memphis, and it was abandoned. In other cities, there were 10 or 12 of these things. Some were abandoned, some were actually even torn down. But a few were repurposed. And in Memphis, over the last 15 years, ours was repurposed and renovated and redone. Amazing building now. It has high school in it. It has restaurants in it. It has businesses in it. It has a YMCA in it. It has a brewery in it. It has all sorts of things in it. Also has apartments in it. It has 4 floors of apartments. So when you live here, it is a nice place to live. You live sort of like in a shopping mall with your restaurants and everything else right there. Okay? Justin Johnson, 2021, has a mother and a sister that have apartments in that building. The building is 12 stories high. Huge footprint. November 17th, 2021. This is less than an hour before the killing. This is Justin Johnson in the elevator, leaving the building about an hour, really less than an hour, before the killing. Black tennis shoes, white soles, white stripe up the middle, gray sweatpants, black hoodie, Bass Pro hat. In fact, we'll see picture after picture and video after video. It's the same outfit he was wearing the night before. We'll see him in this outfit from 2 o'clock in the morning, same day, all the way up to leaving the building right before the killing. The exact same outfit as that man in the video. A guess as to what kind of car he got caught leaving it at the parking garage of this building. A white Mercedes with back end damage, just like the one we seen in the video less than an hour before. You can get rid of guns. You can wipe down cars. You can disappear in neighborhoods. But it's not 1981. It's 2021. And from 2 o'clock that morning to 12:23 the same day, he is caught. Again and again. And it's not just before the murder. Cornelius got shot. Can't tell in the video. He got shot in the shoulder. He needs medical attention, or at least need somebody to look at it. You'll see the text
Anybody else
messages.
asleep? This
You'll
dude
see
is boring
phone
me to
location
tears.
type stuff. You'll see that Mr. Johnson and Mr. Smith, after they ditched the car in the neighborhood, they had another car waiting. that they go over to Mr. Johnson's cousin's apartment. An apartment complex that used to be called the Two-Lane Apartments here. Now it's called the Gospel Gardens Apartments. We're talking within 45 minutes of the killing. So we have the killing. Cornelius gets shot, ditch the car, get in Johnson's other car. Then we go to Johnson's cousin's apartment, 2 lanes. So they can try to bandage up Cornelius. So Johnson can change his clothes. So they can try to get away and disappear. How do we know that? Well, their phones, but not just their phones, because again, it's not 1981. That apartment complex has video. You see them arrive in Johnson's other car, which is a white Expedition. You see them from distance walking into the apartment complex. You see Johnson's cousin directing them where to go. You see at this point Cornelius has his shirt pulled up weirdly because he's been shot in the shoulder. You see Johnson wearing the same clothes. The gray sweatpants, the black shoes, the black hoodie, the Bass Pro hat. You see him go inside the apartment. At some point you see Johnson come out. Someone else has brought him a change of clothes. You see Johnson get inside that car, inside the back seat of his friend's car, and change his clothes. No longer in the murder outfit. And you see them leave. To disappear almost.
I think it's helpful
Because
whenever we can actually see him
later
talking
that
because it's
night,
easier for me to,
We see Johnson
you know,
back at that big building called
engage
Crosstown.
with.
He's in
What'd he
his
say?
new clothes that his friend brought him at the apartment complex. And he goes to his apartment. And he packs up. And you'll see him at the elevator with his suitcase and everything else, ready to get the heck out of town. The contract hit. A big joke. The hitman found and solicited
Right, Demetrius, I'm just being a
Hernandez
whiny butt.
who they call Clay. The hitman, a druggie from the neighborhood, Cornelius, and the aspiring young rapper, Straight Drop.
Conviction, right?
And they could have gotten away with it, but they didn't. What we watch up here is so quick. And we watch it and we call it violence. That's a man with a family and with a life who's laying at
Hey,
the
Ween
edge
baby!
there in the yellow, riddled with bullets.
Jenny's always a whiny butt.
We watch that.
No,
and
I'm
we call it
not.
violence.
Not always.
For Cornelius Smith and for Justin Johnson, it was just business. They call it business. What we do here this week, in here,
I know.
we'll see the video plenty of times. We'll see the crosstown videos, the apartment videos, we saw still shots and everything else. What we do here this week together is not violence and it is not business. It's justice. And at the end of this, you will see that both Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson are caught. And they're both guilty of murder. They're both guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. And Johnson, as he is a prior felon, is also guilty of convicted felon in possession of a handgun. And if being caught on video is not enough for you, you'll also hear it from Cornelius Smith's mouth. That's me with the assault rifle killing Dolph. And that's Justin with a handgun with me killing Dolph. Even he realizes he's just called.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good to see you again. Thank y'all for being here. It's an important day. It's going to be an important week as you all sit in judgment and you evaluate the evidence in this case. And as we talked about in voir dire, Mr. Johnson sits before you innocent. And he'll remain that way. Because at the conclusion of this case, once you've viewed all the evidence and heard all the testimony, you will not be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he did this. Because he didn't.
Yeah, that makes sense, Demetrius. I get it. I understand. It's seriously, we just came out of a really hard, core, emotional trial this past week. And starting out today, I'm just sort of in a, in a mood, I guess. I don't know. But I do understand completely what you're saying. And I appreciate it. Yeah, we did. We did. The only thing that worries me is when one lawyer or the other, like already this defense attorney, I can tell, is a little bit more engaging just in 30 seconds, right? What always worries me is if I feel that way, does the jury feel that way? I mean, they have to listen to this information, but if they've zoned out in the first 3 minutes, are they getting the key pieces of information that they need? And so I feel like that's something that attorneys on both sides needs to be highly aware of, But you can't help how you are, your personality, you are the way you are. So also, I saw someone say in another chat that this looks like a 1970s courtroom, and they are so right. They need an update.
Now, Mr. Hagerman is a very skilled attorney, did a great opening statement. But there's always two sides. And there are certain things about this case that I'm going to urge you to be paying particular attention to. You heard a little bit about Govan, and I anticipate you'll get to hear from Govan in this case. You already heard you're going to be hearing from Mr. Smith. And Mr. Hagerman talked about Mr. Govan and said he liked to, get an interest in young rappers, right? He liked to exploit. He liked to exploit young rappers, like Mr. Johnson. He brings no skill to the table, but you're going to hear testimony about how he intended. It was his sole mission to get a 30 to 60% piece of Mr. Johnson. You're going to hear him say, oh man, Mr. Johnson was going to go platinum. And he and his god brother had missed out on this golden opportunity for another rapper, and they weren't going to let that go by. They weren't going to let that go by again. And so he gets his claws into Mr. Johnson. All right? And what you're going to hear is, as the process goes on, is the idea is that he's going to sign with CMG, Mr. Johnson is. But there comes a point in the road where what Mr. Govan wants, which is a meal ticket, the payday, and what Mr. Johnson wants, differ. And you're going to hear about how they take this trip to Atlanta. And the whole idea is that they're going to go to Atlanta, and this is Mr. Govan's chance. He's got another guy he's going to bring in to help sell the management contract, which is going to give him this massive piece of this young up-and-coming artist. And you're going to hear, this is about September of 21. This is right before November. And you're going to hear that they go to Atlanta to meet Jook, who is one of the higher-ups at CMG. Right? They go to Atlanta, and while in Atlanta, Mr. Johnson decides, I'm not going to go your way. I'm not going to go your way, Govan. I'm not going into business with you. I'm going to do it without you. And at that moment, I anticipate you're going to hear Mr. Govan say he was really mad. He felt some kind of way about the fact that he had, in his mind, his perception was he had done all this to help this up-and-coming star, and now he was going to be left to the wayside, and he wasn't going to get a piece. And he's so angry that he leaves Mr. Johnson in Atlanta. Leaves him there. And Mr. Johnson has to find another way home. You know, Mr. Hagerman talked about, it's not 1981, right? It's 2024 now. It's 21 when this happened. But there are certain things that are as old as time. And that's greed, right? Pride, and deceit. And that's what Mr. Govan has, is greed.
Laura,
And then he gets
hey
angry.
girl, hey.
Because if he can't get a piece of this young artist, nobody can. Nobody can. It's time to tank this one. Because he's not going to go with Govan. And Govan, you're going to hear, and the state has said, is soliciting. He's in the middle of this thing with Dolph. It's going to be important for you through this case to really pay attention to credibility. When you hear witnesses like Govan testify, why is he saying what he's saying? What's he getting at? He's getting something, and you're going to hear it. He's got a vested interest in making sure that he saves his own hide and takes this young rapper, this young man, off the board, since he wasn't going to go with him in the first place, since he abandoned him and decided not to share any of his money going forward. The same is to be said for Mr. Smith. You're going to hear from Mr. Smith. And Mr. Hagerman tells you, he says he's going to tell you that was me and Justin. You will also hear about other things Mr. Smith has said during the same time that he's been meeting with the state, meeting with law enforcement, trying to save himself. And while he's doing this, while he's meeting with them and telling them this story, you're also going to hear he's writing letters to his family and telling his family, I didn't really do this. I didn't really do this. I'm just going to get the deal. I just want the deal. I want you to know I didn't do it. I'm just saying what I got to say to get myself home. How much bigger of a motivator could someone have? And it makes you question. If he's saying those things to other people, how do you know the truth? How does the state know the truth before they put him up, right? You know, you're right, 2021. There's video. And I'm going to tell you now, similar clothing doesn't equal the same. All right? Video is going to show what it shows. You're going to be able to watch it, evaluate it, look at it. The crosstown videos and pictures that they show you, look at them, evaluate them. Absolutely. But similar doesn't mean the same. For mass-produced items, you have to ask yourself, is there anything particularly significant or unique about those items that couldn't have been obtained by another person and worn by another person? And look, if that video on its own and the other part of that was enough, why would we need to hear from these other folks? Why would we need to hear from them? They want you to hear from them. They need you to hear from them because there was references of cell phone information. That cell phone information isn't going to be able to pinpoint where they are or where these phones are. That area has all sorts of other locations in it. You're going to hear, you heard that car was wiped. You're going to hear that they did fingerprint analysis on the car. Cornelius Smith's prints are on the car. Another individual named Kristen Garner on the car. Another gentleman named Trayon Ingram on the car. You know whose fingerprints aren't on the car? Justin Johnson. And if it was wiped and then moved and wiped, as the state suggests, then how are their prints on it? You're going to hear that they did touch DNA, right? So lucky, it's not 1981 anymore. We got touch DNA now. Forensics has come a long way. Crime scene unit went into this car and did several swipes for touch DNA. They don't have anything saying Justin Johnson's DNA. The car that they got, a dude got shot, according to Cornelius Smith. I mean, he got shot in the shoulder. No blood in the car that we're going to hear any forensic analysis about. How is that? These are the things that you as jurors will have to pay particular attention to throughout this case. The shame of it is that people like Gunmen and Cornelius Smith are going to get an opportunity to come and lie to your face. That's the shame. And they will. The judge instructed you earlier some of the things to be mindful of among credibility. So they appeared particularly honest. And then there becomes one really important. To what degree does what Cornelius is saying differ from what Govan is saying? Pay attention to that. Why is it different? The truth is one thing, right? One thing. And I'm not talking about inconsequential facts. I'm talking about this was a horrible thing that happened to Adolph Thornton and his family. It wasn't just every day. So, why are they telling different stories? So, we talked about this in Board Iverson, the idea of keeping an open mind. I'm going to ask you again to do that. To hold any judgment or consideration
Coffee.
on that issue until
All
you've
day,
heard
every
everything.
day. Coffee, coffee, coffee.
And remember, I completely agree. This isn't business this week. This is justice.
Laura, how you doing today, dearie?
And as we talked about in Board Ire, your job is to mete out justice in this case. Absolutely. A life was lost. Absolutely. But as we talked about in Board Ire, and you all agreed, it's never justice if you convict the wrong person. So I appreciate all of your attention that you're going to provide this week in deciding the fate of Mr. Johnson.
Doing well.
Because he didn't kill Adolph Thornton.
Doing well.
And he shouldn't be the one that has to take the fall for it. Thank you.
State controversy witness?
The state calls Erica Thornton.
And we're getting into the,
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting on this first witness to come in, make sure your phones are turned off, please.
now earlier on this morning, they did say that some of the family members they do not want, and the media shall not take photos of them or video of them. So we will probably hear their testimony, but we should not see them. And I think this first witness, if I'm not mistaken, she said Thornton. I don't know if that is his wife. I'm not sure. But we'll find out.
Phones turned off. And if anyone feels like that they won't be able to handle emotionally testimony, things they might see, I ask you to leave. Please remove yourself. There will be no outburst.
Oh, it sounds like that Judge Dewey dude from Carly Gregg, right? He's like, if you can't handle your emotions, get out of the courtroom now. Go. Actually, he did say you'll go to jail. You'll be hauled off to the Hooskow, so.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth.
Yes.
Have a seat, retrospective.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Erica, E-R-I-C-A, Thornton, Thornton.
Thank you. Did you know an individual by the name of Adolph Thornton Jr.?
Yes,
And how did you know him?
it's my brother.
What kind of relationship did you both have?
It was a sister-brother relationship. We were all pretty close. We had a great relationship. Spoke all the time. hung out every chance we could get together. So we had a great relationship.
Okay, also, side note, this is weird. I don't know that I've ever seen the witness stand be right there. Like, you can see their feet and legs and everything. That's weird. I mean, they usually go behind something and sit. I don't like this. It's not. Feels weird.
Okay. And if you were shown a picture of your brother, Mr. Thornton, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes.
And Ms. Thornton, you said, who is that in that picture?
My brother, Adolph.
Okay. Your Honor, I request that this photo be entered into evidence and marked as exhibit number 1.
This is a photograph of who has been described as Adolph Thornton Jr. wearing a black cap, turned backwards glasses. We'll mark this as exhibit 1 to this.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I have permission to... Thank you. And Your Honor, may I have permission to publish this to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Thornton.
Hold on. Let them look. Ladies and gentlemen, everything that's marked as an exhibit will go back to you when you deliberate. So you'll have opportunities to examine all the evidence.
So, Ms. Thornton, you're familiar with his family, correct?
Yes.
Does he have any children?
Yes.
How many children does he have?
He has 2.
Okay. When was the last time you saw your brother?
The last time that I saw my brother was in September, right before Labor Day. So 2 months before he was murdered.
Okay. And you did find out that something had happened to him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know of any funeral service of Mr. Thornton?
Yes, I planned it.
Okay. And did you attend?
Yes.
Okay. My final question, do you miss your brother?
Most definitely.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to read a stipulation of fact into the evidence. It has been signed by both parties and Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
So before you do that, ladies and gentlemen, what she's getting ready to read to you is what she just said is a stipulation between the parties. The parties have chosen to
You mean the witnesses, Ween Baby, or what?
keep witnesses from having to testify, witnesses from having to testify about certain events and things. The parties can stipulate to those things. So you might hear a few stipulations throughout, and those will be also entered into evidence, and we'll go back. It will go back with you also.
The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee, represented by Paul Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, respectively, have agreed to the following. The victim in this case is Adolph Thornton Jr. He was a living person and is now deceased. Adolph Thornton Jr. was, as you will hear in later testimony, the same person that autopsy 2021-2619 was performed upon. These facts agreed to by the parties and may be accepted as true without the need for a witness or further proof. This is a stipulation made in all homicide cases so that the family members of the victim do not have to view autopsy pictures of the victim. It is so stipulated and approved by the court. And Your Honor, at this time, I request that this stipulation be entered into evidence and marked as the next number exhibit.
No objection.
This is a stipulation of facts dealing with the agreed upon facts of the witness not having to testify as to a autopsy photo signed by all parties. Who mark as exhibit 2 for this.
Good morning, Michelle. Hey.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll pass the witness.
I don't blame you, babe.
No questions.
I don't blame you, Michelle. I know last week was tough. So this morning I was like, you know what? They popped this new trial up. I know nothing about this, right? This story. Demetrius in the chat, though, he, however, seems to know a little bit about it. So, but me, not so much. But I thought that it would behoove us to do a little bit something. Not that any crime is lightweight, right? Or less heavy. But I think for us, this one is a little less heavy than what last week was for most of us. So, yeah. And if you need to find out more about it, I just kind of grabbed a little bit of info from Wikipedia, slapped it into the description box just to kind of give y'all a little bit of a description or heads up about what this trial is about. But I'm glad you stopped in to say hello and to hit that thumbs up button. I appreciate it, Michelle. I hope you have a great day. And if you don't stay, I hope you pop back in a little bit later just to say hey.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Dr. Stitt. Are you next witness?
Call Raul Hopkins.
I'm like, don't get her face, don't get her face, don't get her face, don't get her face. Cute sandals. Media dude, you better watch it. You better watch it, dude. Queen Baby's only here because the Titan inquest is on lunch break. Okay. Okay.
Step up here, sir.
Honestly, this week I had planned to dive into the Stephen Stearns, Madeline Soto stuff. All the interviews and things. But, yeah. A few of you had requested something a little bit less emotional, so I don't know, Sapphire or Veronica. That's a good question. It's a good question.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
That's it.
You can face me. You don't have to worry about that microphone. Just sort of keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Tell us your name.
Blue Hopkins,
Can you spell your first last name?
BLUEHOPKINS.
You go by Blue, is that right? Or Mr.
Yes, sir.
Blue or something?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Real name is Raul, R-A-U-L, Hopkins, H-O-P-K-I-N-S.
Thank you. How old are you?
60.
All right. Do you know Adolph Thornton Jr.?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
From the neighborhood, family,
What neighborhood?
Castellia.
And tell the jury where Castellia is.
It's South Memphis. It's north of Dunn.
Is that where, and I'm going to call it, if Adolph Thornton Jr., what did you call him?
Young dog.
Young Dolph or Dolph?
Dog, yes, sir.
Is that where Dolph grew up?
Yes, sir.
Were you Dolph's friend
Friend?
for his whole life?
Yes.
Are you also involved in his business?
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement in his business?
I was his security.
And how many years have you been working his security?
Time for 7 years.
Job probably quite a bit of travel,
Yes, sir.
a little bit of stress.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Dolph's record label. What was the name of it?
Paper Route Empire.
And is that Dolph and other artists?
Yes.
Dolph helped promote those other artists?
Yes, sir.
And Dolph would perform, I assume, concerts and things like this?
Yes, sir.
You were in charge of security for many of these things?
Yes, sir.
For some years, it sounds like.
Yes, sir.
So I know that they can't get their face, but do they got to get a straight, direct line to you know?
Let me pass you this photograph. You've seen it. Tell me what that is underneath that little placard.
That's the PRE chain.
Okay, and PRE, that Paper Route Empire,
Yes, sir.
his label,
Yes, sir.
and he says a chain, like a necklace or something.
Yes, sir.
Is that Dolph's?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move that into evidence that states next under exhibit.
Objection.
This is a picture of a chain, emblem for a chain, PRE, with the placard number 64. Looks like in a pot. We'll mark that as exhibit number 3.
You familiar with a rival rap label?
Yes.
What was its name?
CMG.
Cocaine Music Group?
I think so, yes, sir.
Does that label have artists and things like it under that umbrella?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the name Juke or Big Juke?
Yes, sir.
And is that person, to your knowledge, affiliated or part of the leadership of CMG?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
You familiar with any sort of rivalry between CMG and Dolph?
Yes, sir.
You familiar with sort of the origins of that rivalry?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
Of us doing shows, we got the Soprano shot up, a few other various things. There's a lot of shit going on.
Okay. Well, let me back up because I think you're talking about incidents that happened.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's back up. Do you know why does CMG have a problem with Dolph at all? You're not familiar with that? You familiar with Dolph ever turning down proposals to sign with artists from CMG?
Yes.
Was it important to Dolph that he did it himself?
Yes, sir.
Did he make public statements like that?
Yes, sir.
Did he make statements like that in his rap songs?
Yes, sir.
In his rap songs, did he call out CMG and those artists?
Yes, sir.
In those rap songs, in fact, did he call out Big Jook?
Yes, sir.
Did he say insulting things about Big Jook?
Yes, sir.
Through the years, has that translated into some violence directed against Dolph?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned 2 incidents. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
To be clear, these are incidents that happened in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson, who's on trial now, was not part of them.
No, sir.
Tell me quickly about those two incidents.
1 and 15, we was in Charlotte.
What happened in Charlotte?
We just came to the hotel. We was in the
Sprinter van?
Sprinter van, yes, sir. We was sitting there for about 15, 20 minutes. We ran upstairs. Once we got upstairs, got in the room, 2 more people ran up and said they just shot a by Sprinter.
Bullet holes?
Bullet holes.
A lot of them?
Yes, sir.
Dolph end up even rapping about it?
Yes, sir.
An act of CMG violence.
Yes, sir.
What was the other incident?
The other incident happened in California when he actually got shot
Dolph got shot.
in California.
Perpetrators affiliated with CMG.
Yes, sir.
You can see where security would be stressful.
Yes, sir.
Protecting not just your client, but it sounds like your friend.
Yes, sir.
It's just a little piece of paper. Defense counsel seeing this. We just passed this forward, Judge. Oh, to the witness. That emblem on that, you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And is that CMG?
Yes, sir.
You know, if we just offer that in evidence, the state's next somebody said it.
Objection.
This is the letter CMG with Cocaine Music Group under it. It looks like an emblem. We'll mark this as Exhibit 4.
I could publish these two exhibits, Sean.
Okay.
This is exhibit 3 and 4 for the record. I think we interviews just. I'm publishing the exhibits with the logo of PRE, Paper Route Empire, and CMG, Cocaine Music Group.
Yes, sir.
Have Mr. Blue identify some people real quick in the video itself, Your Honor, if we could stop it for a second. I've spoken with defense counsel, and this video will go ahead and admit into evidence. I don't think we need to mark it right now. It's on the flash drive.
We do.
You,
Don't want to mark it right now?
I don't think we need. We can view it if there's questions, and then we can mark it after he testifies, rather than having to load everything back up.
That's fine.
Okay. We're gonna watch a little bit of this, okay? Just short. All right, you can stop there. Are you familiar with this car?
Yes, sir.
Whose car is that?
Young dog.
It's one of those new Corvettes.
Yes, sir.
I see that it has either a paint job or a wrap or something on it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
It's just, he wrapped a lot of his cars
Okay.
camouflage.
Okay. So it's like a white and blue sort of camouflage pattern.
No, it's more like white and green.
Okay. And that is something he had several of his vehicles in?
Yes, sir.
All right, you stop with arrows. Who is that?
Yes, young Dolph.
All right. And who is that?
That's his brother.
Is his brother's name Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Has this event had a significant impact on Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Did Marcus sometimes help with Dolph's security?
Yes, sir.
Let's go inside video so we can see it on the inside. Is that the car arriving?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where they were arriving from?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, again, trigger warning, trigger warning. This is the inside of the cookie shop, so I don't know if the camera will pan away from this view when the, attack happens, but just trigger warning.
Do you know if Dolph had been to Makeda's before?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever been there with him?
No, sir.
Had you ever even tried the cookies there?
No, sir.
He ever talked to you about the cookies?
Yes, sir.
Is that Dolph?
Yes, sir.
The chain around his neck, is that the PRE chain?
Yes, sir.
The one that we saw in the exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And that's Marcus behind him?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Happens quick.
Yes, sir.
Mark, last remark is exhibits later on in Charlotte. No further
Any
questions?
objection about the marking of the exhibit?
Sorry, Judge.
Any objection to the marking of the exhibit?
No objection.
Any questions, Mr. Evans?
No question.
Thank you, sir.
Good day, Flush, Your Honor.
You may.
They're on a quick sidebar. Sidebar City.
It's time to take a break. Once again, do not talk about what you heard. You only just heard a small amount of what you're going to hear. So go rest yourself, rest your mind for a little while. Leave all of your notes here, and we'll take a state of recess.
All rise. This our court stands in recess.
Okay, let me zoom through this lunch break, or not lunch break. Hold on. I don't know if they're going to say anything once the jury leaves. Let me double check, make sure they don't. Guess not. Let's scooch on past this quick break. Well, how long a break are they taking? It says court will return at 1:15 Central, so that's... Wait. What? How long is this break? I thought they were just going to take a short break.
Once again, do not talk about what you heard. You only just heard a small amount of what you're going to do. So go rest yourself, rest your mind for a little while, leave all of your notes here, and we'll take a state of recess.
All rise. This court stands in recess.
All right. It says 1:15. That would be 2:15 Eastern. So maybe they took their lunch. I don't know. I do not know. No idea. No idea. Let's see. Gail said I'm Central. It's just after 12:30 here. Yeah. $45 minutes. 45 minutes. All right. I'm going to, while they're doing this, I'm going to put a little bit of an intermission, turn some music on for you. Let me just mute this. And what do we do for 45 minutes? I know, right, Spins? We're going to take a little brief intermission because I got to make a couple phone calls real quick while I have the availability to do so. So, they're not going to be back for another 45 minutes. Every time I say that, it makes me think of the bathroom scene in Friday. Y'all ever seen the movie Friday? One of the best movies ever. And when the dad's like, I wouldn't go in that bathroom for another 35, 45 minutes. He comes out of the bathroom with that spray, like, psh, cracks me up. All right. So I'm going to put it on a brief intermission with some music for you guys. You guys are going to take a quick little break yourselves, get you something to eat, some coffee, some pop, some something. And we'll be back in a few. Okay? Okay. BRB. Hi, guys, and welcome back. I'm back. All right, did I miss anything good? So, we still have a little bit of time to wait. Oof. I hate when I feel like something's crawling up my leg and it's a hair. Freak me out. Okay. Now, just going to turn the volume back up so we hear when they come back. Or here, let me turn it back down because that staticky is a little bit loud. The camera's moving. Has the camera been doing that the whole time or no? I see somebody's like bumping the camera. What did you all do this weekend? Let's just chit-chat for a little bit. What did you guys do this weekend? We had wedding rehearsal Friday night. Saturday was the wedding all day, all night. Sunday, I didn't do a dang thing but recuperate from Saturday and Saturday night. Like, I literally slept the vast majority of yesterday. I wake up, go use the bathroom, get something to drink, go lay back down. Get back up, go use the bathroom, get something to drink, go lay back down. I did that pretty much all day yesterday. I was exhausted, but it was such a great day. It was so fun. The wedding was beautiful. It was gorgeous. Hold on a minute. I'm going to go look at Twitter real quick. Ba-dum-ba-bum-ba-dum. Let me go look at Twitter. Oh, has anybody, let's talk TV for a little bit. Has anybody watched the Monsters documentary movie or whatever it is on, I think it's on Netflix, about the Menendez brothers? That looks really good. What else? You guys are going to have to give me some TV ideas for catching up stuff on TV. Excuse me. Sorry. Henny said she watched Formula One and finished another DP. Nice. Not yet, but I'm going to. Spence hasn't seen it, but totally want to, but I don't have Netflix. Oh, no. I love that kind of stuff. It's looks like it's going to be really, really good. Oh, or Morgana, I saw you said that earlier that you'd watched A Quiet Place day one. Very good, very sad. Very good, very sad. It was a lot better than I thought that it would be, because a lot of times those sequels or prequels or whatever, like, are never as good, you know, but it was really good. Oh no, Spins. Hey, Susan, good to see you. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Mm. I want to watch the Menendez brothers one, and my husband keeps finding all these different, like, true crime documentary things. We watched one the other day that was really good. It was, I think I told you guys about this one already. Her name was Andrea Bowman. Is that right? It was really good. Kind of like a cold case situation. Henny Morgana wants to know who's your favorite driver. Who's your favorite driver? That camera bouncing back and forth has given me vertigo. Is that the right word? I don't know if that's the right word. It's given me the vertigo. And he says our Dutch 3 times world champion Max Verstappen. Did I say that right, or did I totally screw that up? Oh, heads up, you guys. Just a quick little heads up. I'm going to do, I know that I wanted last week to do like nightly updates and like condensed versions of what the happenings were in the Lisa Snyder trial. But the information that I got was very short snippet tidbits each day. There are 2 guys who are covering the trial from within the courthouse. One in particular is there every day. The other guy I'm not so sure about because he doesn't have as many updates. But there's absolutely 0 footage from inside the courtroom. And because of the updates being so small, and not full of information, I decided to kind of wait until they got a few days in to do like a bigger update on the information. So that's what I'm going to do. And the state, I believe, has rested, and now the defense is up. So now that the defense or the state has rested, I plan to go ahead and just do like an updated live stream with all of that information wrapped up together. So keep your eye out for that. I'm not sure when I will get that done, or do that, but hopefully it'll be soon. And then I'll do the same for the defense. I think I'll just kind of do like one big defense update once they're finished. I don't look for it to take nearly as long as the prosecution did, but you never know. Yay, I said it right, Henny. Max Verstappen. Morgana says, my daughter loves Formula One. Her favorites are Yuki Tsunoda, and Pierre Gasly. I'm sure I butchered those. Yeah, I'm sure I butchered those. La 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 la. I did say them correctly. Yay! Thank you, Henny. Okay, I needed to look up something real quick. Okay, that's not what I wanted. That was not what I wanted. Where did I send those to? Daggone it. Don't you love when you send yourself something but you can't remember where you sent it to? I'll tell you what about racing. The only kind of car races I've ever been interested in were like the dirt track races at like the county fairs. I loved those. We used to go to those all the time. And I loved it. But towards the end of the evening, I would always get like crummy feeling because my nose would be filled with dirt from the track. I mean, literally, they try to keep those tracks like watered down a little bit, but it doesn't help. And it's just a big thick cloud of dirt in the air, and yeah, it's pretty gross, but it's very fun also. Yeah, we used to love to go to watch those. I haven't been to one in forever, though, like a lot of years. It's been years since I've been to one. A lot of years. Okay. Let's see if I can find where I sent the thing. I sent it to myself, I know. Oh, here's one of them. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me see if I can send that to... I think I tried to send this once and it wouldn't go for whatever reason. Let me see if that'll go. Watch it say it's too big. And then I'll be really mad. You always like to go to the demolition derbies. We always went to the demolition and then the there was another one. I forget what that was called, but they were like really small cars that they would always do like after. I forget what that was called. Those were pretty fun. A lot of fun. Y'all, if you get a ding in Discord, that's probably just me. Because I tried to send myself something in Discord because I couldn't get into it from where I originally sent it from. So I'm just too much today. Just too much. Trying to figure out how else. Don't look like it's gonna go. Ooh, okay. Cancel. Might take it a while to show up. Don't ding in the Discord. Midget cars? No, what was it called? I forget. They're like little junk cars, but they're like smaller than the big like cars that they run in the like the big Buicks that are like from the 1970s or whatever. These are like little bitty, I forget what they're called. I forget. But they're like smaller cars. Laura, QB is working on that. I'm throwing QB under the bus again. They're not mini cars, though. They're not called that. It's called something else. I'm going to have to go Google it. Y'all, hold on a minute. I got 50 irons in the fire at the moment. Hold on. What are the smaller... Wouldn't you know, I can't find it. I can't remember what they're called, and I'm not seeing it, but they always have like the modified car races, and then they always have one after that, and they call it's a different not like an endurance race or whatever. It's something, I can't remember what they're called, but I feel like they're the ones that go really fast, too, because they're always so much more lightweight than the, like, heavy car, the heavy, like, demo cars, you know? Anyway, it's 1:15. It's actually 1:16 Central Time. They need to be getting their butts. They're Gail, the cars are sort of shaped like buggies. They're kind of shaped more like dune buggies, I guess. But whatever word I'm thinking of is not coming up to my mind. Sprint car racing, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Yeah, because they're really, really fast. You know, and louder. I mean, they're higher pitched. But then you have those like heavy, clunky demo cars that are like, remind you of something from, good Lord, Dukes of Hazzard. You know what I mean? That's what those remind me of. But these are like very fast little boogers. Yeah, they are a little late. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum. Patricia says, when I was in elementary school, we made our own go-karts and raced them down the hill. Your parents were not supposed to help, but you could totally tell which parents built the dang things themselves. And what did Miss King do? Right, that it would be a big liability, but sounds like fun. So did Miss King help you, or did you do it yourself? See, my mom would have like done the whole daggone thing. I would have like tried to do it, and then she'd be like, just get out of the way and let me do it. My mom always took over those sort of school projects. She couldn't help herself. She just couldn't help herself. She'd be like, it would be done, and then I'd go to bed excited about the next day, and then I'd get up in the morning and it'd be a whole display. Mom would have tore it all to pieces and redone it from the ground up, and it would be some big miraculous thing that was obvious. Like sewing would have been included. You know, solder, if somebody, she's soldering, I mean, things together. She'd flip her she'd weld it together, anything she had to do. And then here I'd go to school with it and plop it on the table, and it'd look like the best thing since sliced bread compared to everybody else's Elmer stick glued craft paper crayons, you know. And then mine would be like, whoa! It was great, but also, they'd be like, yeah, her mama did it again. Her mama did it again. I mean, even down to the Valentine's Day box that you take into the classroom for all your little schoolmates to put their little Valentine's Day cards in. You know, everybody else is used shoe boxes. My mom used material and cotton batting and like made it all puffy and like pillowy and ribbon and ugh, God. Patricia said she was left to her own devices. It was made out of scrap wood. The seat was the top of a TV dinner tray. I love it. And the wheels were from a stroller. It went pretty well, surprisingly. Nice. Good job, Miss King. Good job. I tried to help with getting stuff for it, she said. There you go. Patricia says she was stubborn. I think I wanted you to do it all. I think I wanted you to do it all on my own. I think she's saying she wanted you to let her do it all on her own. Gotta love the mama, right? Yep. And see, I have to remind myself of my situation whenever it's time for kiddo to start taking her stuff in. Like, because y'all know we start doing things as an adult and we're like, ooh, that was so my mom right there. I was so my mom right there. Patricia, she was. My mom had yes, she was. She certainly was. There wasn't anything she couldn't do. And if she couldn't do it, she'd teach herself how to do it. And she was good at everything she tried. She sure did. Come on, Judge. Come on, Judge. Come on, Judge. I already can tell this is going to be one of those trials where they say they're going to be back in 30 minutes and then 2 hours later.
A few moments later.
Okay. Okay.
I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. They are 10 minutes late. Late for a very important date. Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Oh, they're back. They are back. They are back. Bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Da dun da dun da dun dum. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum bum. Okay. Did I see Sherry said earlier that she had picked some tomatoes and stuff this weekend? Where did that go? Where did that comment go? Well, I thought I saw it. Now I think I'm losing my brain. I couldn't find the comment, Sherry. I saw it, but then I couldn't get the... I couldn't find the comment. I saw it, but then I couldn't find it. So are you going to can them? Or how much did you end up collecting? I wish I canned. I wish I wanted to can, but I don't. I don't have the wherewithal to do it. Make some homemade sauce, though. Some salsa. Yummy, yummy. I think they're getting ready to bring him back in.
Yeah.
Here we go. to buy you a wherewithal, they probably have them at the $1.25 store.
Got anything we need to take up before this ring the jury?
Just real quick.
QB, if you're listening, did you get
Course
me a
back
wherewithal
session.
while you was at the $1.25
Two
tree?
things, or three things on the record. The next witness is anticipated to be
By the way,
Cornelius
QB
Smith.
was at the $1.25 tree, just saying.
Charged in this matter has an attorney, Mr. Scholl, who's present. Instructed him, like I said at the start of the trial, told him I'm not going to ask any questions of him having to do with eliciting any testimony about other crimes that he and Justin may have allegedly committed together, things like that. So I'm staying away from that, and I've instructed him with regard to that. At some point, after Mr. Smith testifies, he'll be going to prison, and his safety at prison is obviously a concern. This case has gang involvement on both sides. He and his attorney would request that the cameras be instructed not to film his face as he testifies, as he'll have ongoing security concerns in prison from this day out.
All right. So, media, both still cameras and video. The court orders that this next witness's face not be filmed or photographed. Waist down, the court is okay with coming out
Crotch
of there.
shot,
It should
another
not be
crotch
filmed.
shot on the way.
Right. So, no pictures of his face.
Just his crotch. That's all we get.
Shoes, lower body, court has no problem with, but no pictures of his face. We have ongoing security concerns.
QB, if you're listening, Margaret needs some scratch paper and a 2025 calendar.
All right. Anything
Don't
else?
forget my wherewithal.
Yes, ma'am.
$1.25 tree. You ain't never heard of wherewithal spins? When somebody says they ain't got the wherewithal to do something, means they ain't got the energy or the time or the, I don't know, the interest in doing it. It's kind of like a round to it. You know, you can buy the round to it's. You can get those. Around to it. I'll get around to it. It's the only reason I made it sound like that is because Mickey Joe said that I should buy one. I should buy some wherewithal at the $1.25 tree. So I told QB to stop at the $1.25 tree to do it, to get me some. You around to it, broke, Margaret? Daggone it.
All the way to the wall, please. All the way to the wall.
I like my weirdness spins. I like my weirdness. It's a whatchamacallit, or a whatchamacallit. I like your wonky auto correct spins.
Can everybody check their cell phones now, please, to make sure they're off?
Yeah, no phone ringings allowed in the courtroom. No texts, alerts, no notifications. Nothing. I don't even want to hear it vibrate.
Those of you who just came in, please check your cell phones to make sure they're on off, please.
Ready, Your Honor?
I am.
Jury is now entered into the courtroom.
You may be seated. We're standing for you. State, call your next witness.
Step this way, sir. Stand right here. Face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Merci.
All right, Mr. Smith, tell me your name
Cornelius Schmidt,
and spell the first name
CORNELIUS,
and the last name.
SMITH.
Now, there's a microphone next to you to your right, but you don't have to worry about it. Church. You can look out toward me, keep your voice up, so I can hear you back here, okay?
Yes, sir.
And when I ask a question, or when the defense attorney asks a question, or the judge asks a question, you've got to verbalize your answer, okay? So shaking the head and everything, I know what it means.
Yes, sir.
But she's taking down what you say, and so we need it like that.
Gotcha.
All right? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Where are you from?
I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
What neighborhood?
Like, on Van area.
Okay. Like what streets did you grow up on?
Off Lamar and Sims.
All right. You got a family?
Yes, sir. I have 5 children still living. I lost my son in March of 2020.
Okay. And let's talk about 2020 because, well, that was a terrible thing, right?
Yes, sir.
How old was he?
He was 9 at the time.
And that had an impact on everybody.
Yes, sir.
Had an impact on you.
Yes, sir.
It caused you to take up some old habits.
Yes, sir. I went back to popping pills and not caring about nothing.
Before 2020, were you working?
I was working in schools in Germantown.
What'd you do for the schools in
I was a
Germantown?
janitor.
Did you do good at that job?
Yes, sir.
Your son dies and you say you start popping pills.
Yes, sir. Oxycodone and ecstasy.
Street drugs.
Yes, sir.
Did you start hanging back in your old neighborhood?
Yes, sir. Start hanging around a lot of old friends.
All right. Some of those old friends trouble?
We all in trouble. I'm gonna say that. We all in trouble.
And I'm looking here, Cornelius, at your criminal record. You were convicted of aggravated assault in 2011, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Convicted of misdemeanor drugs in 2014?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, 2012.
12.
Case started in 2011 and ended in 2012.
Yes, sir.
That was misdemeanor drugs.
Yes, sir.
And then resisting official detention in 2014.
Yes, sir.
That same Cornelius Smith.
Yes, sir.
And you're presently charged in this case with conspiracy to commit murder and with murder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have an attorney in this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is he in the courtroom? Let me get out of your
Yes,
way.
sir.
Okay. What promises have I made to you with regard to your testimony today?
No.
Have I told you that you're not going to testify and walk out of here?
Yes, you told me that.
Do you know that you're going to prison?
Yes, sir.
Have I told you that it's very important, though, for you to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
I told you it's important to tell the truth because I said so,
Yes, sir.
and because the judge will evaluate whether or not you told the truth.
Right.
And have I told you it's in your best interest to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Are you here to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
I want to skip forward. Okay? We're going to go back to everything. But I want to skip forward. Tell me about the day that you were arrested for this case.
It was my daughter's birthday, actually. And I was out. I had took her some cake and ice cream to school for her birthday. And the U.S. Marshals they were trailing me the whole time. I didn't know that they were trailing me because I had saw Govan the day before. And he was telling me that, police was on to us or whatever. And he asked me when the last time I was supposed to Justin. And he was saying, I was like, it been a minute. So he was like, they just ran in Justin's spot the night before. And he said that they been shooting at him and that I need to get rid of my phone because they own us. And the next day, I was locked up, like,
Police
Police
captured you? Police captured you that day?
Next day.
Did they get your phone that day from you?
They ain't get it from me. I left it with my children's mother or whatever.
They get your phone from your children's mother?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't throw it away like Govan told you to?
Nah, I ain't threw it away. I gave it to her.
Now, when the police first arrest you, I mean at the very start, do you say, hey, I want to tell you the truth about this whole thing?
No. I ain't never did it.
Okay. Did they interview you right after they arrested you?
Yeah, they interviewed me in Mississippi.
Okay. Did you tell them the truth or a lie?
I told them a lie.
Okay. At some point after you're arrested, did you decide to tell the truth?
Yeah, once I came to my senses and Justin had wrote me a kite. Somebody. Just
Thing. So let me tell you, when you hear another lawyer speak up and object, that means you stop talking. Okay? And you'll be instructed to either move on or to another question. Okay?
And I think so the objection is going to be is hearsay. So let me try to get you. Let's try to back up, okay? So you said after you arrested, you came to your senses. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you say that Justin, is that the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
Had written you something that you called
a kite.
A kite? Okay. Without saying what was in that kite, and that's a letter, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Without saying in that letter, after you received that letter, did you decide to tell the truth?
Right.
And what did you do once you decided to tell the truth?
I had spoke with my lawyer.
And thereafter, have you met a few times with detectives?
Yes.
And have you met, if we count those 2 minutes right back here, I guess 3 or 4 times with me, is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you did that because you realized you had been caught?
Yeah, I've been caught and I got a conscience too. Now they don't know where my senses. Yeah, I got a conscience.
I'm going to play a video up here, Cornelius. You can turn a little bit, see it once we start playing.
For the record, you're playing what's been marked as, or will be marked as exhibit number 5.
Listen, you can stop it right there. All right, Cornelius, what are we looking at?
That's the day that we had saw young Dolph and them pulling Makeda.
All right, so whose car is that?
That's young Dolph's car.
All right, and you say we, who saw this car?
Me and Justin.
Well, let's back up then and tell me how you know Justin.
Through Govan.
All right, and who is Govan?
Hernandez Govan Quick. We know him by Quick.
Okay, who is Quick?
Associate.
All right, you say associate. Is he younger or older than you?
Older.
What neighborhood does he hang out in?
Orange Mountain.
Does he live over there?
Yes, sir, he did.
Do you know what street his house is on?
Bradley.
Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever buy drugs from Mr. Govan?
Yes, I brought ecstasy pills.
Okay, would he sell you ecstasy pills? You ever heard the term like old head?
Nah.
Okay. Would you consider him sort of a older criminal figure in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I call him like a bro.
Okay. Did you have another guy in that neighborhood you used to hang out with too?
Yeah, Big Bobby.
Big Bobby. Is that Bobby Carter?
Bobby Carter, yes, sir.
How often would you be over there on Bradley Street?
I don't know, that's just about every day.
Okay. So this was a hangout area, and you would buy ecstasy from Quet.
Quick.
All right. How is it that you met Justin through Quet?
Just, like, being around, basically. Being around.
Would Justin be around Quet too?
Yeah, he'll be around Quick.
Do you know why Justin would be around Quet?
They look at each other like brothers, and then just rap or whatever.
All right. You knew Justin to be a rapper?
Yeah,
Did you know his rap name?
straight drop.
And did you know Quet to be involved in, I guess, the rap business or something?
He called himself.
Okay.
Called himself.
What sort of would he call himself as far as being in the business?
I guess a negotiator. I don't know.
A negotiator?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was trying to negotiate for straight drop?
Hey, totally not a cop. Good to see you, buddy.
Okay.
Good
Do you know who he was
see
trying to
ya.
get him a deal with?
Oh, Big Juke and them got in them.
Pretty much.
You said Big Joke, is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You ever heard of the music label CMG?
yeah,
Is that Big Jokes?
yeah, Big Juke and them.
And his brother, right?
Yeah,
His brother's Gotti, is that correct?
yeah.
Okay. Before this day, which is in November of 2021, about how long had you been knowing Justin?
Oh, 3 months.
A few months. About how many times do you think you'd been around him?
Couple times we went to club together. No, we've been around each other a couple times.
Okay. And for the record, I know that it's a formality, but for the record, can you point him out in the courtroom and tell me what he's wearing and stuff?
Yeah, the young brother over there with the button-down shirt, blue and white button-down shirt.
If the record could reflect that he's identified the defendant, Mr. Justin Johnson, Your Honor.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in court.
So how did you get to be with Justin Johnson this day on November 17th, 2021?
We knew that, they had a hit on Dolph and them head or whatever, so
Who had a hit on whose head?
Big Juke had a hit on Dolph head or whatnot, so
How do you know that Big Jook had a hit on Dolph's
I
head?
could quit had told me about it, quit, and you know what I'm saying, being just
How much money was it supposed to be?
100,000 on Dolph head.
And had you agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
Had Justin agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
We all going to do it together?
I'd lose my crap.
Yeah,
Totally
you
not a
know,
cop if I had
yeah.
that many people here.
Was there
I'll
any
be pulling my
arrangements
hair
as far as
out.
splitting money or anything?
Yeah, me, him, and me and him supposed to be giving quit 10,000 apiece.
All right, so you and him are going to give Govan 10,000 apiece?
Yeah,
And how much are you going to get?
I was getting 40, he was getting 40.
Okay. Had you spoken with Justin about this?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Okay. This was not something that just happened this day, but something that was in the process for weeks?
Yeah,
How did y'all hook up this day, if you remember?
he had pulled up to get me. He came and got me or whatever.
Where'd he get you from?
He got me from my father's house.
Where's your father's house?
Out of Lamar Sims.
Orange Mound area?
Yeah.
Had either you called him or he called you or anything like
He
this?
had called me the first time I missed the call. Then he called me back, I answered. He was telling me basically they were pulling up because we already knew what was going on.
When you say you already knew what was going on, you already knew that this is about?
Yeah, because we knew they were doing a turkey drive, so we was actually on our way
I wouldn't know what to do.
Had you and Justin talked about this particular day before?
Like, nah, not the specific day. Like, we just knew that it was turkey drive going every day that we.
Oh no, totally
Okay.
not a cop.
You knew that, is it fair to say that you knew Dolph was involved in these turkey drives this week before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, we didn't know we were gonna catch him.
I'm sorry.
We knew that his artists. Everybody had a hit on their head. Everybody had a price on their heads.
From Jook?
Yeah, from Juke.
And that was going to be y'all's business this week.
Yeah, that was our evening.
When he arrived at the house, do you remember what he was driving?
White Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, had you seen that car before?
Nah, I ain't never saw that car.
Did you get in the car with him?
Yeah, I got him.
Was there anybody else in the car?
Nah, it was just me and Justin.
Were there any guns in the car?
Yeah, they was on the back seat in the bag.
Do you remember what kind of guns they were?
A Draco, handgun.
Okay. And Draco, in Memphis. Some type of bigger semi-automatic weapon, is that right? And then a handgun? Do you remember what you were wearing that day?
I had on some gray sweatpants, orange and white Jordan 1s, and a blue Gap hoodie.
A blue Gap hoodie?
With a do-rag on.
With a do-rag on. Did y'all have gloves?
She's talking about all those bald cops over there in Massachusetts.
When you got in the car, did you have your gloves on?
No, I ain't have the gloves on.
You said Justin had his own gloves?
Yeah, he had his gloves on. Some black gloves.
He had his black gloves on before he picked you up?
Yeah.
Does he get out of his car and pick you up, or do you go up to the car? How's that work?
Nah, I got out the house, came out the house, got on in the car.
Okay. Off to do the mission.
Yeah, do a mission. Try to catch somebody.
Try to catch one of the rappers
Yeah, one of them.
at the Turkey Drive in Westwood.
In Westwood, yeah.
All right. What happens if y'all get in the car?
Oh, we went back on Bradley Street. He got some out of, I think they were like a expedition truck that he had parked on Bradley Street. And then we took the back street. We was at Lamar Airways. We at the light.
So he picks up, let me get this right. He picks you up in the Mercedes, is that right?
Yeah.
But you go to Bradley Street.
Yeah.
And is there an expedition already there?
Yeah, expedition already there. Parked in the yard.
Do you know who parked that expedition there?
I guess he did.
Okay, well, we're not allowed to guess in here.
Well,
Okay. So
nah, I ain't see him parking though.
Okay.
I don't see him.
And what color was it?
White.
A white expedition.
Yeah, white.
Did y'all do anything when y'all went to Bradley Street at that point?
He got something out the truck and then jumped back in the car.
I got you. So he gets out of the Mercedes at Bradley Street, goes into the expedition and gets something,
Yeah.
and comes back.
Come back.
Do you know what he got?
Nah, I don't know.
Are y'all talking at this point?
Nah, we wasn't talking, like, cause he was on the phone at first, then he hung it up, but we wasn't talking really.
Now, y'all were cool with each other, is that right? You and Justin?
God.
He gets back in the white Mercedes?
Yeah, he get big in the white Mercedes, and we take the back street, I think Gentry and stuff, to, we was at Lamar and Airways. We finna get on the expressway, going to the expressway.
Okay. Bradley to Dedrick, is that what you said?
Yeah.
And then y'all are going to get on the expressway?
Yeah, we finna get on the expressway on Airways.
Okay. But and this is Airways that we see.
Yeah, it's Airways.
Okay. What happens once y'all get to Airways?
We at the light. Dolph knew come clean across the light.
How'd y'all know it was Dolph?
Everybody know, how he car is, on petite cars and stuff.
Yeah. People in Memphis knew about that rap, right?
Yeah.
That camouflage white and green and blue rap.
Totally not a cop. I mean, not to get too, into your like medical health and stuff. But have you had your thyroid stuff checked?
That surprise you? See him like that?
Yeah.
Did you say anything or did Justin say anything?
We was like, there go Dolph right now.
All right. What did y'all do?
We perceived the trailer. Proceeded the trailer.
So y'all are following him on Airways?
Yeah, right over the street.
And you saw the first part of this video, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did you see him pull off here to the cookie store?
Yeah, he pulled in the cookie store.
What'd y'all do?
We made the block. Came with the bag way. I jumped out. We started shooting.
All right, well, let's back up here though. We saw him pull off of Airways to here, is that right?
Yeah.
Y'all, can you see my little pointer?
Yeah.
Y'all would be traveling this direction on Airways, is that right? Then did y'all do a crazy U-turn or anything, or what'd y'all do?
Nah, we came with the back street.
Following the clickers is what y'all did?
Yeah.
Okay.
We went to the light, made the loop around.
Did you see him get out of his car like this?
Nah, I ain't seen him get out the car.
Okay. Say y'all.
Yeah, that's us right there.
Stop it here.
It's me.
Can you stop it? All right. We're gonna back up. I wanted to, back up a little bit. All right. First guy out of the car, who's that?
It's me.
That's you? Which one of the guns do you have?
I got the little Draco stab gun.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon, is that right?
Yeah.
You ever shot that thing before?
Nah, I ain't never shot one of them.
Okay. You can proceed, Irish. That's your Gap hoodie, is that right?
Yeah, that's me.
That's you. Who are you shooting at?
Young Dolph.
All right, now back it up again, Miss Iris, if you would. Back it up for Justin getting out of the car. All right, who's the second person here that got out of the driver's side?
It's just,
He's got the smaller handgun, is that right?
yeah, bad baseball hat, bad pro baseball hat.
You're firing this crazy thing. What you see? What are you feeling?
I won't feel nothing at the time, but I ain't gonna even let it. I won't feel nothing at the time. I was just trying to get some money.
Trying to get some money? Bet you probably would have wasted on oxycodone and ecstasy. You shot that gun a bunch?
Right in there?
Right then and there.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I shot out.
Aiming for Dolph.
No, I ain't for Dolph.
Was he able to say anything to y'all, or was he able to run or get away at all?
I shot through the glass, so I wasn't close up on him. I was shooting through the glass.
Okay.
I saw him standing by the window. I just got out and started shooting.
All right. Can proceed till Justin shoots. There with the handgun. Who's that?
It just,
All right. You proceed. All right, you stop right here. It's Dolph's brother, Marcus. Did you know that he shot back at y'all?
I ain't noticed until we pulled out, and there was a bullet hole in my side window. And I told Justin, I'm like, man, I'm hit. He was like, I'm hit too. So I see I'm hit right here on my leg, and I see a bullet hole in my sweater. I said, damn, I'm hit. So we driving out, he was saying he was hit. I'm talking to him, making sure we on Rick, making sure he's straight. I'm like, you alright? He's like, yeah, I'm straight. But the bullet head went in my arm, and it was a bullet in my back.
I'm going to back up. You and Justin here are running to the white Mercedes, is that right?
Right.
You get in what side of the car?
I get on the passenger side.
And Justin gets back in the driver's side?
Yeah, he get back on the driver's side.
Y'all get in the car. You can watch the rest of the video here. Did y'all see Marcus getting a second gun from his car?
Nah, but when we pulled out, and I knew it was shots fired, I was finna shoot back, but there were too many cars coming, and I ain't just want to hit anybody, so I ain't shoot back.
Because Marcus was shooting at y'all as y'all were leaving from down here, is that right?
Yeah.
And you would be in the car at this point?
Yeah, we was in the car.
Looking backwards?
Yeah, I was looking back, but we had, like, how we were driving, like how he was driving, he was all the way on the other side, but, so I ain't want to just shoot back and hit nobody.
So the shots, all the shots that you fired were the ones we saw right here with Dolph, is that right?
Yeah.
And Justin too?
Yeah.
All right, so y'all didn't shoot back at Marcus as y'all were driving?
Shoot back at him.
You say you got shot in the shoulder?
Yeah, I got hit in my shoulder,
Wow, congratulations, Totally Not a Cop. That's pretty amazing. 13 pounds from your goal weight. That is amazing. Nice. Healthier than you have been in years. That's good to hear. I don't know how to pronounce that. Manjaro was very helpful. Did you have any side effects from that? That's like the pre-diabetic shot that you give yourself, right? But congratulations. That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
Upper arm.
And the upper arm, shoulder area of
On my leg.
your right and your leg. And you realized you had been shot once you got in the car?
Yeah, once I got in the car.
Could you still have a scar from when you got shot in the arm? Is that right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Mark, I have him step down and display this to the jury real quick. Come on, Mr. Chairman. Turn sideways here. Just walk down this way, backwards, foot to the Thank you, Mr. All right. You and Justin jump back in the car. You've been hit in the shoulder.
On my leg.
And in the leg. Justin may or may not have been hit, but said something.
Yeah, got scraped on your back.
Scraped in the back. All right, what now?
We went back on Bradley Street.
Did y'all go to Bradley Street slow or fast?
Nah, we going back fast.
Went back fast.
Yeah, we going back fast. We going trying to when we get caught. So
Okay.
he gave me the keys to the expedition. So
He
he
gave you
called the beans.
Who gave you the keys to the
Justin
expedition?
gave me the keys to the expedition.
Okay.
So I moved the truck out the way, and he pulled the beans in the yard.
So the expedition, was it parked in the driveway of Bradley?
Yeah, we parked in the driveway.
And he gives you the keys to the expedition?
Yeah,
You get inside to move it?
yeah.
And then where does he put the Mercedes?
He put it like right there, where the expedition in the front yard.
Okay, so the front driveway area
Yeah,
of Bradley, is that right?
right.
What do you do next?
We jumped in the expedition. We was on our way to the gas station. We FaceTime Juke, let them know that was our work.
Who FaceTime Jook?
Justin had FaceTime Juke, and spelling out Dolph. You know what I'm saying? Let them know that we did it.
And let's back that up. You say, let him know it was y'all's work.
Right.
You said somebody spelled out Dolph. Who spelled out Dolph?
Justin spelled out Dolph.
When you say spelled out Dolph, what do you mean?
Like the sign language.
With
Jailhouse sign
with
language.
like this would be an O?
Nah, yeah, I think I don't know how to do it, but
Okay.
something like that.
All right, so there was some signing that y'all just took care of Dolph. Who's that? Short call, long call?
It was short.
Did you hear Jook say anything back?
Yeah, he'll get with us when he get done with the kids, like get up one on.
He'll get with y'all when? I didn't hear that last part.
Get up, or get up with, finish with the kids, or something like that.
But he was busy with his kids.
Yeah, something like
Gotcha. Gotcha, but he would get up with y'all after that. Okay. How are you feeling at this point?
that. I'm hurting because I was shot.
Where are y'all's guns at this point?
We had them in the backseat of the expedition.
Okay, so y'all brought them with you from the Mercedes to the expedition?
Yeah.
Were y'all still wearing your gloves? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. So y'all are in the expedition. The FaceTime call with Jook has happened. What do y'all do? Where y'all headed? What y'all saying?
We went to the gas station, put some gas in the expedition truck first in the University of Memphis area. Then he was trying to find, Justin was trying to find somebody at the house we could go so, we could get cleaned up or whatnot.
All right. You needed some medical attention or something.
Yeah, he had called one of his partners, Justin had called one of his partners to bring me a wound kit, or whatever.
Do you know who he called?
Nah, I don't know who he called.
Okay. Do you have your phone with you during this?
Nah, my phone, I had left my phone in the bin, in the Mercedes-Benz.
All right, so when you got in the Benz from your house, did you have your phone with you?
Yeah, I had my phone. I put it in the glove department.
Okay. When you got out to shoot Dolph like we saw, did you have your phone with you?
Nah, it was in the glove department of the beanie.
Okay. Had you put it in the glove compartment so that it wouldn't be on you?
Yeah, I put it in.
But you forgot.
Yeah.
So when you and Justin in the expedition, you don't have your phone, but he has his.
Yeah.
Is he able to make contact with somebody to figure out how to get stuff or where to go?
Oh, he had called one of his cousins. He said whose house we went over in White Haven, so we cleaned up, change clothes or whatnot. And Quit had called like, man, y'all gotta clean this stuff up. Quit had called. And I was like, man, get my phone at the car. Get my phone at the car. Left my phone in the car. So he was like, all right, we need to move this car. That's what Quit was saying.
So we talked to Juke right after,
Yeah.
but Quet too.
Yeah.
And do you remember whether or not the conversations with Quet happened before y'all got to his cousin's apartment or after?
Yeah, I can't recall.
Okay. But it was all close together.
Yeah, it was all.
And tell me again what Quet said during these conversations?
Yeah, we had to like get rid of that car. We had to move that car, get rid of it.
Because y'all had put this car in a driveway on Bradley, right?
Yeah, right across the street from your house.
Right across the street from where Quet lives.
Right.
And he said y'all need to move this.
Yeah, we gotta burn that junk up. Gotta get rid of it.
Y'all were busy trying to get yourselves taken care of though.
Yeah, we we changed clothes with her, and I had pole peroxide on me and wrapped myself up, and I had to text my girl to come get me. Text her the address off of her Justin phone to come get me.
And let's get there, but you said that Justin had contacted his cousin about going to her place, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that Kiana Hopper?
Yeah.
Did y'all in fact go to her place?
Correct.
When y'all went to her place, what car were y'all in?
We was in the White Expedition.
When y'all get to her place, what do y'all do?
Well, we went inside, changed clothes, and we was in there. She had helped me for a minute before the wound kit came. She was helping me out or whatever. We changed clothes, and the wound kit came. I was able to, put a bandage on it and stuff like that.
Okay. I want to show you a video. See that person there?
Yeah.
Is that the White Expedition?
Yeah, that's the White Expedition.
Who's driving it?
I'm driving.
This woman that we had seen earlier that walks back, is that Justin's cousin?
Yeah, it is.
Can stop it here. Driver just got out. Who's that?
It's me.
You got your shirt all messed up, don't you?
Yeah.
Why is that
I'm bleeding. I'm shot.
in the shoulder?
Yeah.
And we saw somebody get out of the passenger side, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, it just,
All right, you can play a little further. Gray sweatpants, black hoodie, and that hat we saw is Justin, is that correct?
correct,
Same outfits that y'all were wearing during the murder?
correct.
Y'all go inside, tell me what y'all do once y'all get inside.
We change clothes. We change clothes. We ain't talk too much to her about nothing that went in or nothing like this.
All right.
But we had change clothes or nothing.
Tell me about your shoulder.
Oh, I was bleeding. Like, I was bleeding and stuff, so she gave me some peroxide and stuff, put on my shoulder or nothing. And the wound kit pulled up, so I was able to bandage that junk up.
Wound kit, did you say pulled up or came up, is that right?
Yeah.
Had Justin gone outside?
Yeah, he went outside to get the bag.
Play that next video. Do you know whose charger this is?
Nah, I don't know the charge.
And that's probably very true, totally not a cop. About if he wasn't a rapper, right?
You see that man that came out?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It just,
He's taking off the hoodie, is that right?
taking off a hoodie.
He doesn't have the hoodie on anymore, does he?
Nah, we had change clothes.
What are these things in his hand?
Oh, that's the wound kit. Walgreens, baby.
Only rap stuff I know, totally not a cop, is the old school rap. Like 90s and early 2000s. Pretty much. The only other kind of music I listen to is anything from the 80s. That's pretty much it.
got like a yellow, looks like a piece of clothing or something, is that right?
Yeah,
And then the wound care bags?
yeah.
Does he come back in the apartment?
Yeah, he come back in with the wound care, the wound key.
And then wound care wise, what happens in there?
Oh, clean me up. We had cleaned each other up really good. Yeah, got scraped on the back. I can see it though. Yeah, clean.
You had gotten shot.
Yeah, I got a shot.
He had a
I see
scrape?
right there, he right there. Yeah, he got scraped on the back.
After y'all get patched up, y'all leave the apartment?
I had text my girl from his phone and sent her the address to come get me.
Okay, you had used Justin's phone to text your girlfriend?
Right.
When y'all talked to Quet and he told y'all to move the car, did you tell him anything about your phone?
Yeah, I told him to get my phone at the glove department, and he told me to meet him over at the car wash to get my phone or whatever.
Okay. We can play the video of y'all leaving now. Does your girlfriend in fact come to pick you up?
Yeah, she pulled up to get me.
Who's in the yellow hoodie?
That Justin in the yellow hoodie, and me with the black.
And then Kiana again, is that right?
Yeah.
You're walking over here. What are you walking to?
I'm walking to my girl truck. They just pulled up.
Okay. Is that a Chevy Trax? Is that right?
Yeah, 2020 shift truck.
Pretty cut and dry, huh? Totally not a cop. Oh, yeah. I usually stream Monday through Friday. Yeah.
At this point, have y'all made arrangements as far as meeting up later or anything like that?
Yeah, I was actually finna go get my phone from Quick and go get me some pills because I was shot up. And he was finna go get the money from Julie. He's supposed to, weed.
Is this the Chevy Trax?
Yeah, it's a Chevy truck.
Justin there in the yellow?
Yeah.
Justin still in the elevator?
Yeah, just,
You in the car with your girlfriend?
yeah, I'm in the car with my girl.
Y'all go your separate ways at this point?
Yeah, we go our separate ways.
Where do you and your girlfriend go?
I went to meet Quick,
Where did you meet him at?
at the car wash.
Is that Pressure World?
Yeah,
Did you in fact meet him there?
yes.
What happened when you met him there?
I got my phone from him, and he was telling me that he heard that Dolph had shot one of us, because I had told him how he told me that he heard that Dolph had shot one of us, and that one of our blood was on the scene, and he had me that we have our face masks on and stuff.
Did you tell him you had your mask on?
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't actually Dolph that had shot one of you, was it?
Nah.
It was actually the brother.
Right.
Did you tell him that at the time?
Nah, I ain't know.
How long, was that the extent of the conversation you had with Quet at the time?
Up there, and then I had left, and he had called my phone, and he was like, he need to holler at me about something else, and he was finna pull up on me over my dad's house real fast, so I waited for him.
From the car wash, do you remember where you went?
I went to my dad's house.
Okay. And did he pull up at your dad's house?
Yeah, he pulled up at my dad's house.
Did y'all have a second conversation there?
Yeah, we had a second conversation, and I had asked him to give me some more money so I could give me some more pills.
Did he give you some more money?
Yeah.
Was there anything else related in that second conversation about Dolph's murder or?
He was just saying we just gotta get rid of the car. He was saying we gotta get rid of the car and stuff.
Quet was saying that y'all need to get rid of the car.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of the car.
That it was y'all's problem?
Yeah, it really was everybody's problem. He was just like, just need to give us the key to that car so we can get rid of the car.
Okay. Justin had the keys to the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Now, when Justin left, did he tell you where he was going?
Nah, he ain't tell me exactly where he was going, but he supposed to got up with Juke and got back up with me.
Do you know whether or not he actually did get up with Joe?
Nah, I don't know.
When Justin left in the expedition, where were the guns?
They was in the truck.
In the truck? In the expedition?
Yeah.
Do you know what happened with those guns?
Nah, I don't know.
Have you ever seen them again at all?
I ain't even see Justin no more.
Did Justin ever tell you what he did with the guns?
Nah.
Did Quet ever tell you what happened with the guns?
Nah.
You back at your dad's house, but you've been shot in the shoulder. How do you feel?
Messed up. Like, I'm messed up, but I'm trying to go get these pills, but I pop pills anyway, so I know where to snap at. I know how to snap at.
Okay, did you find some pills?
Yeah.
Did you take your pills?
Yeah.
Do you remember that night? Did you sleep good, sleep bad? How were you?
I had passed out the night. I had blacked out in the bathroom from losing too much blood or whatever.
Okay.
But my girl had got me back up and stuff like that.
Were you worried about your physical condition?
Nah, I wasn't worried because I knew long as I wasn't bleeding out the mouth that I was okay. Long as I ain't no blood coming from my mouth, I'm straight. I've been shot before, so I was straight. So.
Was your girl worried about you?
Yeah, she was worried. She was worried. I was just trying to get my money.
Were you afraid that the police maybe knock on your door?
Nah, I wasn't thinking about none of it, to be honest with you, because, you know, I thought, you know, if the car was gonna be out the way and stuff like that, like, I wasn't worried about none of it. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
This was a car that wasn't connected to you.
Nah, on the car that,
Y'all wore gloves.
yeah, we had them gloves,
The guns were gone.
right?
This happened really fast,
Yeah,
in and out.
ain't nobody expecting to be me, so.
Ain't
I'm
nobody
beefing with them,
expecting it to be you. Is that what
right?
you said?
I wasn't beefing with them.
And that's true. You didn't have a beef with Dolph, did you?
I ain't even know Dolph. I ain't even lie. I ain't had no beef with nobody.
You never met him a day in your
I
life.
never met him a day in my life. I just wanted the money.
And we can call what y'all did here whatever we want to call it, but you're not a professional hitman or anything, are you?
Nah, I ain't none of it.
But y'all got offered money
Yeah,
by somebody more powerful than y'all.
yeah.
$40,000 is a lot of money to you.
At the time it was. It ain't. But at the time, you know, it was. You know, my condition, it was.
In 2021,
Yeah.
when you were on the streets, ecstasy, oxycodone, your son had died some months before. $40,000 is a lot of money to you,
It was at the time.
even to do this bad thing.
Yeah, at the time it was.
After we go our separate ways, do you stay in touch? Do you, Justin, stay in touch?
Well, I hit him up or whatever, trying to see what my money was. You know what I'm saying? He was telling me, Juke said, too hot right now. He gonna get with us and all that, too hot. Then, I had, like, when they found the car, before they found the car, Quay had gave me some money to buy a car cover to cover the joint up.
Because this car, you're talking about the white Mercedes?
Yeah, the white Mercedes.
It's left in the driveway of Bradley, is that right?
Yeah, Justin had somebody to push it back then. It was in the back then.
Okay, so it went from the driveway of Bradley
To the backyard.
to the backyard of Bradley.
Yeah,
But it was still just sitting there.
yeah. So Quay gave me some money to buy a car cover the joint up. Same day they found me.
Had, up to that point, other than it being pushed in the back, first of all, did you push it in the back or somebody else?
Nah, somebody else pushed it in the back.
Did you go back to the car at all?
Yeah, I went back and wiped it out. Called myself wiping me down.
Cleaning it.
He clean.
So you were worried that maybe you left evidence in there.
Yeah, I worried. Because I know I opened the door with no gloves on.
And when you cleaned it off, was it daytime or
It
nighttime?
was nighttime.
So your nighttime on Bradley,
Yeah.
cleaning out this
Shot it and
Mercedes.
everything. Yup, shot it
And
in.
been shot in the shoulder.
Yeah.
When you cleaned it down, was it still in the driveway or was it in the
Nah,
back?
it was in the backyard when I cleaned it down.
So it had already been pushed to the back.
Yeah.
Did you take anything out of the car?
Nah, I ain't taking none else.
Wiped it down and left.
Yeah, wipe down and left.
You were describing staying in touch with Justin, is that right?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, was he still in town or out of town?
My knowledge, he was here.
And you had mentioned the money, is that correct?
Yeah.
And he had told you that Joke said it was too hot right now.
Yeah, it was too hot right now.
But were you still interested in your money?
Yeah, I just wanted my money. I did the job, I just wanted my money.
Now, could you have gone to Joke and tried to get your money?
Nah.
Did you know him at all?
I had met with him, but you know, I ain't have no number on him.
How many times had you met with Joke?
Just one time at Quay House.
At Quet's house?
Yeah, Quay House.
And when did that happen? Before or after Dolph was killed?
It was before.
When that happened, was there conversation about these hits on the PRE rappers?
Yeah, really quick with doing all the talking, like, you know, just telling who out here to pray, how much everybody had on their head and stuff like that. And Juke was just like agreeing, like, know what I'm saying? He made her take our phone outside first before he started doing any talking.
Who all was there for this meeting at Quet's house?
It was just me, Quit, and Juke.
You, Quet, and Juke.
He really wanted me. I had pulled up about some XP and Juke was already in there.
Gotcha.
And Quit had started typing, you know what I'm saying, like, you see right here, and Juke like, hello, phone's outside. So he said our phone outside.
They came back in?
Yeah, now, Quit took the phones outside in the church. Me and Juke was already in the house, but Quit came back in and started talking.
At that time when you met with Juke, is that the first time that anybody's talked about money on Dolph's head?
Now, the first time, it was just Quit by himself.
So this had come up before with Quet,
Yeah,
and then comes up again with Quet and with Juke there.
right.
Hey guys, I put a quick poll in the chat. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote in the poll. It will be ending very shortly. It's just a quick chat choice poll. So, thank you very much.
When did you, in that timeline, so first just Quet, next Quet and Juke.
Right.
When did you met Justin in that timeline?
Oh, you like right around the same time, you know what I'm saying?
As the first time when it was just Quet, or the second time when it was Quet and Juke?
Like, in between the first and the second time, I had, like, Quit had put me and Justin together, basically.
Okay.
That's how I met him. Quit.
Juke's the money man calling the shots.
Yeah.
Quet puts you and Justin together.
Right.
And you and Justin are cool with each other and interact with each other over the months. You said at least 5 times.
Yeah, something.
You're trying to, now we're back after the murder, you're trying to get your money.
Right.
You're having conversations with Justin, is that correct?
Yeah, I was taking his phone, like, you know what I'm saying? I need their money for their party, you know what I'm saying?
Are there times that you're trying to communicate with Justin and in fact you're communicating with somebody else?
I ain't know it, you know what I'm saying? At the time, I ain't know.
Okay. Did you come to find out that Jemarcus Johnson had Justin's phone after the murder?
Yeah, I found that out, I got locked up.
When you were communicating with Justin, okay, these times when Jemarcus had his phone and doing 3-way stuff or whatever, what was the substance of those conversations?
Well, first time I was on the way back from Atlanta, and he said he had got a little package from his homeboy so we could have some money in our pocket or whatever. And I was coming back from Atlanta, so I like, I was like 2 hours out. So I like, man, I don't want to just put it in the mailbox. But he said he had a letter with it too. And I know it'd be too many folks in my dad's neighborhood, so they'll be seeing what put in the mailbox and double back. So I told him to give it to the lady next door, who like a grandma figure to me or whatever. And he gave her $500 in a letter.
$500 in a letter.
Yeah.
And obviously you're supposed to get $40,000.
Right.
But you got $500 in a letter.
You saying right here, yeah.
And what was the substance of the letter?
Saying that Juke said that if we get caught up, he gonna make sure we have the best lawyers and all that old stuff be hot right now.
And this first payment is when you get back from Atlanta.
Yeah.
How did you get into Atlanta?
Me and my girl had went out there. After they found the cop, we had went on out there.
Okay. Get scarce.
Yeah. I got scared. I got on them.
Did y'all drive out there?
Yeah, we drove out there.
Stay in a hotel?
Yeah, stayed in a hotel.
About how long were you gone?
I was gone a couple days. I ain't had any more money on me.
Don't have money, you gotta come back.
Yeah, I gotta come back.
And you come back, do you pick up that money from the old woman?
Yeah, I picked up the money from her, and I saw how much it was. I'm like, hell no. You know what I'm saying? Like, $500.
You could spend that on pills in one day, I bet.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, I can bet it.
What'd you do with the letter?
I flushed down the toilet in the hotel room.
All right. Is that the only time you got any money from Justin?
Nah, a couple days later, I was in the city or whatever, and he was saying that he was gonna have his folks to pull up on me. bring me some money or whatever, hold me down. So I'm thinking he been pulled up about 20, 30,000 leave, you know what I'm saying? But I had my girl to get at the cop, and she met the person that was driving on the street or whatever. I had her to have her face mask on, and she said they had their face masks on, so we don't know who it was, but they gave her $300.
$300.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is from Justin's folks.
Yeah, this was just folks.
All right, so now we've been paid about $800.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is there any other payment coming?
Nah, all the payments stopped then.
All the payments stopped.
Everything stopped.
Is there any time that you or your girlfriend or anybody received a large payment?
Nah.
How much longer passes until you're arrested about?
Probably about a week after I had saw that when I saw Quick. He was telling me that we had to meet up at the restaurant or whatever to get up with you, get my money or whatever.
All right, so tell me about this again. I'm sorry.
I was in South Memphis to give me some pills.
South Memphis, okay.
And I ran into Quick. He was going one way, I was going the opposite way. And he blew the horn, and I pulled on over to the side because Bobby had OD. So I was giving him my condolences and stuff too.
We had talked earlier about this guy. You hung out on Bradley Street a lot.
Yeah.
And so did another guy named Bobby Carter, is that right? And he was a friend to you?
Yeah, that was my associate.
And he was a friend or maybe even a relative to Mr. Govan?
Yeah.
And he had actually died of a drug overdose?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. So you were talking with Mr. Govan?
So I was giving my condolences because, you know, they said they were like brothers. So I was giving my condolences about Bobby ODing or whatever. And he was like, man, he gonna get my money. He gonna get my money. He like, when last time I spoke to Justin? I like, man, it's been a minute. And he was like, police had just ran in Justin's spot or whatever, and I need to get rid of my phone and all that. And he asked me for a number on me so he could get with me.
And that is how we started your testimony, right? We started with this conversation the day before so that you were arrested, is that right? So we've come full circle on that. I have some still shots and photographs I want to pass to you. Ask you what's in here, Mr. Smith. Counsel signature on it. What am I looking at there, Mr. Smith?
Photo of me and Justin.
And you
shooting it dope.
All right. Can you place that face down on that table next to you?
Photo of me and Justin running away from the shooting after we got done shooting it dope.
Running back to that white Mercedes?
Running back to the car.
Can you place that down on top of that?
Photo of me and Justin in Whitehaven, going to get cleaned up after the shooting.
Part of that video we watched?
Yeah.
And are you the one with the messed up shirt?
Yeah, I got my shirt up. I got my hoodie up, my blue hoodie up. And I got one of my arms, his arm, hanging, leaning down like this because I'm shot.
Put that face down.
It's the house on Bradley where we parked the car across the street from the courthouse.
You place that down.
It's the car we was in when we saw Dolph and them, and when we did the killing.
And is that when it's in the back of Bradley?
Yeah, this where it was at when I went and wiped it down in the backyard of Bradley Street.
Can you place that face down? Now this house that was across the street from Quick's, had there been a rap video filmed there?
Yeah. Justin had shot a rap video there.
Justin shot a rap video actually in front of that house.
Yeah, in front of the house.
Now, were you actually in the rap video?
Yeah, I was in that video.
yard. We'll mark this as exhibit number 9. Next picture is a picture of a white Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit number 10. The next picture is a picture of whom's been described as the defendant, Justin Johnson, with an orange baseball cap on, holding a couple of wads of money. We'll mark this as exhibit 11.
Which one?
The next picture is who the witness has described as Justin Johnson standing in the elevator. Mark this as exhibit number 12. The next picture is a picture of whom the witness has described as Justin Johnson standing in the elevator with the black gym shoes on, with the white thing on top, with gray sweatpants on, and a dark colored hoodie and the black cap. We'll mark this as exhibit number 13. The next picture is what the witness has described as Justin Johnson in his yellow sweatshirt standing on the outside of the elevator with packed luggage. We'll mark this as exhibit number 14. And the next picture is a picture of a gentleman with bald head, hoodie on, with on front of the hoodie is marked CMG, and that's been described as Big Jook by the witness. Mark that as exhibit number 15.
Permission to publish these as I ask him some questions, Your Honor. We're going to order for the record, start with 6. Right. This clicker is very difficult to use. Right here first is this.
That's me.
Cap, sweatshirt, Draco,
Yeah, great thing.
gloves. Got those Nikes on.
Yeah. Orange and white night.
Black sweatshirt, gloves. What kind of hat is it?
A Bass Pro.
That's Justin.
Yeah, just.
And you understand, or do you understand, as you identify these pictures, not only are you saying that Justin's guilty of murder
Right, well, I'm
of the
guilty.
contract hit, but you're saying you're guilty too.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys, just popping back in real quick. Looks like there's 23 people in here, and I've only got 10 votes. So please, if you have not voted yet, please vote in the poll. I agree with that, Miss King. I agree with that. I agree. All right. I'll wait a little while longer to let more votes roll in for the poll. So, yeah.
back to the car. Who's that?
It's me. It just.
Have 2 Lane Apartments.
Yeah. It's me. It just.
And the third person?
It's a good. It's the house on Bradley.
House on Bradley.
It was parked the car.
Driveway for the house?
Yeah, that's the driveway.
You used to hang out in Bradley every day.
Just about.
Orange Mound?
Yeah.
Close to where y'all killed Dolph?
Yeah.
Now, where does the car end up?
It went from the front to the big yard.
See these people walking?
Yeah.
Does the car end up way back here?
Yeah, way they go.
Is that where it was when you wiped it down?
Yeah, that's where it was.
In the car?
Yeah, that's the car.
Now, had you ever seen Justin in that car before?
I ain't never saw him in the car.
Do you know how he got the car?
I don't know.
Do you know when he got the car?
I don't know.
Who's that?
It just.
Is this from that music video?
Yeah, it's on the video.
Now, is that music video filmed a few weeks before this murder?
Yeah.
And you said you were actually in the video too, is that right?
Yeah.
You wearing a mask in the video?
Yeah, I had on the mask.
This house here, right here,
Yeah, that's on Bradley Street.
is that the same house?
Yeah, that's the same house.
Is that that driveway we were just looking at?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's just.
Same outfit as when y'all committed the murder?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Who's that?
It's just.
Same outfit?
Yeah, same outfit. It's just. Oh, no, plea.
Oh, not to leave.
It be you.
CMG, Big Joe.
Yeah.
For the record, Mr. Hagerman went through those exhibits in order.
Thank you, ma'am. This attorney's going to ask you questions now. You listen and you answer, okay?
Mr. Evans, I think we need to take about a 10-minute break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Come back and around. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take about a 10-minute break, something very quick, allow you to refresh yourselves, and then we'll come back.
Donnie, he's like, I'm hungry. I'm just hungry. That's all. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Donnie, you're so cute. Here, let me give you a little bit of some sparkle. Hold on a minute. Here we go. Thank you. That was very sweet. All right, so we have, looks like 11 votes. I can't believe that's all the votes that we have. You all can, come on, you guys. Come on. Some of you guys may not see the poll if you're on your phones. So if that's the case, I understand. Because I know when I went to look from my phone, I can't see the poll from my phone. But, yeah. Super chat. Super chat. You typed that totally not a cop, and it made me think of the chick from SNL. Superstar. Cute. All right. We have 11 votes. 11 votes. 11 votes. I will give you till 5 minutes after 4. That is 4 minutes from now to get your votes in. Because y'all in the chat, if you click out of the chat and you click back into the chat, the poll will come back. Really? I tried that and it's not working for me on my phone. Bagel chips in the air fryer, Gail? Really? Oh, that sounds good. See, I'm not seeing the poll on my phone. I'm just not. My phone. Nope. Not seeing it. We put all kinds of things in the air fryer. And for those of you that are in the chat that are like, why is she stopping this live stream? As I put in the chat earlier, this is a commentary channel here. We interrupt a lot. And if you prefer to watch trials without interruptions and without chit-chat, you're more than welcome to head over to Law and Crime or Court TV, wherever else you can find it streamed without any commentary. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome for that little bit of information. Hey, Radiomi, good to see you. Hi. Gail, those bagel chips that you've got, your little emojis there, they look like donuts. My phone is dumb spins. Margaret ain't going nowhere. Margaret, you lie. You left a while ago. You're like, I'm out. Gone. Bye. I'm staying right here. Donnie says, hey, T, totally not a cop. I've used rosemary oil in my shampoo. It helps with hair regrowth. You know what else it helps with? Lice. I have some spray that I put in my kid's hair every morning before she goes to school to keep her from getting lice, and it's supposed to be for lice, and it's got rosemary in it. So there's that. All right, it is 4:04. 1 minute left for the voting peoples. Listerine is the best thing for lice ever. Really? I didn't know that. I did not know that. All right. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. As soon as it hits 4:05, I'm hitting the end poll. And it looks like we have a heavy winner in the chat. So the vast majority of you are not, or the vast majority of you that have voted are not into this trial. So we're going to stop and switch things up for the day. All right, here we go. End poll. And we had 11 votes. What would you rather do? Chat choice. 54% of you said begin Stearns Soto interview reviews. 36% of you said check out the Toby Madden trial, and 9% said continue this trial. So for the 9% of you that voted, if you would prefer to continue this trial, you can scooch on over to Law and Crime channel. It's actually, let me see, hold on. It's actually Law and Crime Trials, because they have like 5 different channels Law and Crime does now. And the one you want to go to is Law and Crime Trials. And I will actually, here, let me put the copy and put this into the chat for you guys. Finish watching this trial here. There you go. All right, you guys. I am going to end this out. Kiddo just got home from school. I'm going to create a new stream where we will begin diving into some of these Stephen Stearns and Jennifer Soto interviews. Miss King recommended going in like order of when, you know, timeline order. In chronological order and not as they were released. Okay. The thing about that, though, I mean, I do want to do that. Totally not a cop, says I've raised 4 daughters. I am the lice master. So, soak hair in Listerine, wrap in saran wrap for an hour, wash it out, soak hair in vinegar, wrap for 10 minutes, then comb out nits and eggs while hair is wet. Wow. You do sound like a master. You are the lice whisperer. The only thing about doing the chronological order is that there are still interviews coming out. So if I start in chronological order now, if something comes out in the next few days or weeks or whatever, that is a prior interview, I may not, I mean, it'll be out of order, you know. That's the only thing about that, Miss King. Vinegar dissolves the glue that holds the eggs to the hair shafts. Okay. Lord, young'uns. I'll have to do a little bit of digging real quick, though, Miss King, to get them in order, you know. So, but let's plan on, and better than putting poison, the rid on their scalps. Yeah, that's true. You're out of order. Objection. Or not objection, but here. You're out of order. Sorry. Hangry. I'm hungry too. I do want to get a bite to eat. Grounds. Ms. King says that's true, but there's so much from the 28th, 29th, and March 1. I think it would take time to go through that. Yeah. There was quite a bit. Let's go ahead and just end for now. Let me kind of get a timeline together, and we'll get started on that later this evening, okay? Does that sound good? Give me about an hour or so. Kind of get a little bit of a late lunch, early dinner maybe. And then I'll get something prepared and we'll get started. All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, you guys, for coming and hanging out. We don't do this very often. We don't typically start a trial and then, dump it straight away. We've done that a couple of times. Last time we did that was with was it Robert Tellis? We started that one and then quickly we were like, meh. So, that's okay though. That's all right. All right. We're going to go. I'm going to jump and I will be back later on with some Stephen Stearns, Jennifer Soto stuffs, okay? All right. You guys have a good early evening and I'll see you back shortly, okay? Peace out. Sauerkraut. Peace out, sauerkraut. As soon as I find my buttons. I don't know where all my buttons went. Oh, here we go. All right. Bye. My buttons disappeared. Bye.